Could I be wrong for telling my sister she cannot name her baby after my late husband? I'm 34, and I've been dealing with an impossible situation involving my younger sister Claire, who's 29. My husband Daniel died 3 years ago in a car accident, and I'm still not over it. I don't think I'll ever be over it. Just hearing his name can make me cry in the middle of a grocery store, at work, anywhere. The grief hits me out of nowhere, even now. Claire got pregnant about 6 months ago with her boyfriend Marcus. They've been together for 2 years, maybe a little more. When she told me about the pregnancy, I was genuinely happy for her. Or I tried to be. It was complicated because Daniel and I had been trying for a baby before he died, and that's a wound that hasn't healed either. But I pushed those feelings down and did what a good sister should do. I went to her gender reveal party, helped her pick out paint colors for the nursery, looked at baby clothes with her. I was trying. My parents host family dinners twice a month. Nothing fancy, just the usual Sunday gathering. 3 weeks ago was one of those dinners. Claire had been dropping hints all week that she and Marcus had finally picked out a name for the baby, and everyone was excited to hear it. My mom made lasagna. My dad opened wine for everyone except Claire, and we all sat around the dining room table like we'd done 100 times before. I need to be honest about something. Even before Claire said anything, I had this feeling in my gut. I can't explain it. Maybe it was the way she kept looking at me during dinner, or maybe it was just paranoia. But I knew something was coming. After we finished eating, Claire stood up with this massive smile on her face. She said she and Marcus wanted to share something special with everyone. My stomach dropped. I gripped my fork so hard my knuckles turned white. She announced they were naming the baby Daniel Marcus. Daniel after my husband, to honor his memory. The room absolutely erupted. My mom started crying, those happy tears that moms cry. My dad got up and clapped Marcus on the back like he'd just done something incredible. My aunt was going on and on about how beautiful and meaningful it was. Everyone was celebrating, hugging Claire and Marcus, talking about what a wonderful tribute it was. I just sat there. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. It felt like someone had reached into my chest and squeezed my heart until it stopped beating. Claire turned to me, still beaming with that proud smile. She said she knew how much Daniel meant to me, and she thought this would be a way to keep his name alive in the family. Then she said I should feel honored. Honored. That word kept echoing in my head. I mumbled something about needing the bathroom and got out of there before I completely fell apart. I locked myself in my parents' bathroom and tried not to hyperventilate. My hands were shaking. I could hear them through the door, still celebrating, still talking about baby Daniel and how perfect the name was. When I finally came back about 10 minutes later, they were passing around ultrasound photos. My dad was talking about how little Daniel would have such a meaningful name to live up to. My mom was already planning some kind of memory book that would include photos of my husband, so the baby could know who he was named after. Nobody seemed to notice that I hadn't said a word. Or maybe they noticed and just didn't care. I sat back down at the table and waited for the right moment to talk to Claire alone. I knew I had to say something. I couldn't let this go. But watching everyone's joy, seeing how happy they all were, I started to wonder if I was about to ruin everything. Maybe I was being selfish. Maybe this was actually beautiful and I was too broken to see it. But then I looked at Claire, laughing and rubbing her belly, already calling the baby by my dead husband's name. And I knew I couldn't stay quiet. Not about this. I waited until things calmed down a bit before I asked Claire if we could talk privately. We went out to the back porch, and I really tried to be gentle about it. I didn't want to attack her or make her feel bad. I just needed her to understand. I told her that hearing Daniel's name was still incredibly painful for me. Every single time I heard it, it was like reliving the worst day of my life. I explained that I wasn't healed yet, that I didn't think I could handle hearing it constantly at family gatherings, in conversations, for the rest of my life. She looked at me like I'd slapped her across the face. She asked if I was serious, said she was trying to honor him. Her voice had this edge to it already, like she was gearing up for a fight. I told her I knew she thought it was an honor, but it didn't feel that way to me. It felt invasive, like she was taking something that belonged to my grief, to my private pain, and making it public family property. I tried to explain that Daniel's name was still so tied to my trauma that I couldn't separate it from the loss. That's when she got really defensive. Her face turned red and she said it was her baby and her choice. She said I didn't get to dictate what she named her son just because I was still sad. Still sad. Those were her exact words. Like 3 years was some unreasonable amount of time to grieve my husband. I couldn't believe she'd reduced everything I'd been through to just being sad. I told her it had only been 3 years, that grief doesn't work on a timeline, and I pointed out that she hadn't even asked me, hadn't given me any warning. I'd been blindsided in front of the entire family. She shouted that she didn't think she needed my permission. She said Daniel was part of the family, that everyone loved him, that this wasn't just about me. But it was about me. That's what she didn't get. Daniel was my husband. I was the one who identified his body. I was the one who held his hand in the hospital while the machines beeped. I was the one who planned his funeral and picked out his casket and wrote his obituary. I was the one who still couldn't sleep on his side of the bed 3 years later because it felt like erasing him. My mom came outside then because she'd heard us shouting. She asked what was going on, and Claire immediately told her I was trying to make her change the baby's name. She was crying by this point, full tears streaming down her face. I said I wasn't trying to make her do anything. I was just telling her that if she went through with this, I didn't know if I could be around. I couldn't sit at Christmas dinner and watch her call her son by my dead husband's name. I couldn't do birthday parties and graduations and hear it over and over again. It would destroy me. My mom's expression changed completely. She said I was being selfish. She said Claire was trying to do something beautiful, and I was making her pregnancy all about me and my grief. I reminded her that Daniel was my husband. My voice cracked when I said it. She fired back that they all lost him, that everyone loved Daniel, that I didn't have a monopoly on his memory. Then my dad came out, and my aunt followed. One by one, they all sided with Claire. They all said the same things on repeat. It's a tribute. It's an honor. I should be grateful. I'm being controlling. I need to think about Claire's feelings. Claire was sobbing now. She said she thought I'd love this, that she thought it would help me heal. I actually laughed when she said that, but it came out wrong, bitter and broken. I asked her how hearing his name every single day attached to someone else was supposed to help me heal. That wasn't healing. That was torture. She told me maybe I needed therapy, that this was happening whether I liked it or not. That's when I said it. I told her as calmly as I could that I wouldn't be attending baby showers or visiting the hospital. I wouldn't be part of this baby's life if he had that name. I said it quietly, but I meant every word. Claire called me a monster. My mom said I was breaking the family apart. My dad just stood there shaking his head like he was disappointed in me. I grabbed my purse and left without saying goodbye to anyone. I could hear Claire crying as I walked to my car, and my mom calling after me to come back and apologize. I drove home in silence and haven't spoken to any of them since. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't spoken to Claire since that night. My parents call me every few days, and they go back and forth between trying to mediate and straight up telling me I'm ruining my sister's joy during what should be the happiest time of her life. I've stopped answering their calls. I let them go to voicemail and delete the messages without listening to them. My friends are completely split on this. Some of them think I'm within my rights to set this boundary, that what Claire did was thoughtless at best and cruel at worst. Others think I'm being unreasonable, that I can't control what other people name their children. A few have said I need to just get over it and be there for my family. Maybe they're right. Maybe I am being unreasonable. But grief isn't reasonable, and nobody seems to understand that. Last week, my cousin Emma texted me out of nowhere. She'd been at the dinner that night, but hadn't said much during the argument. I figured she was just staying out of it. Her message made everything so much worse. She said she thought I should know something. Claire had admitted to her that she partly wanted the name because she loved how it sounded, not just to honor Daniel. Emma said Claire told her it had been her favorite name since high school, and my situation gave her an excuse to use it. I sat there staring at that text for an hour. I read it over and over again, trying to make sense of it. All this time, Claire had framed this as some noble gesture, this beautiful tribute to my dead husband. And it turned out it was at least partly just because she liked the name. She'd used Daniel's memory as justification for something she wanted anyway. I screenshot Emma's message and sent it to my mom. I didn't include any commentary, didn't explain why I was sending it, just forwarded it and waited. My mom called immediately. I didn't pick up. She left a voicemail saying Emma must have misunderstood, that Claire would never do something like that. She said Emma probably took something out of context or misremembered the conversation. But I know my cousin. Emma doesn't lie, and she definitely doesn't stir up drama for no reason. The baby is due in 3 months now. Claire has been posting about baby Daniel all over social media. Nursery updates, pregnancy photos with captions about how excited she is to meet her little Daniel. My mom sent me a photo of the nursery yesterday. There's a wooden name sign hanging above the crib that says Daniel in block letters. I deleted the photo without responding. I'm still going to therapy twice a week now instead of once. I'm working through the grief that apparently I'm not allowed to have at my own pace. My therapist keeps telling me I have the right to protect myself, that boundaries are healthy and necessary. But my family is telling me I'm choosing my pain over my nephew, over my sister, over keeping the family together. They make it sound like I'm being dramatic, like I'm holding the family hostage with my emotions. Here's what keeps me up at night. If I stay away, I'm the villain who abandoned her family over a name. I'm the bitter widow who couldn't move past her grief. If I show up and suffer through it, if I grit my teeth through every family gathering and every mention of that name, then I'm the martyr who couldn't stand up for herself. Either way, I lose. There's no version of this where I come out okay. I keep thinking about what my life is going to look like now. Holidays without my family. Birthday parties I'm not invited to. A nephew I'll never meet. My parents getting older and me not being there. All because Claire wanted to use a name she liked and decided my dead husband's memory was a good enough reason. I'm sitting alone in the house I used to share with Daniel. The house that still has his coffee mug in the cabinet and his jacket in the closet. I haven't been able to pack his things away yet. And now I'm supposed to be okay with his name being used for someone else's child. Like it doesn't mean anything anymore. Like it's just a word. I don't know if I'm wrong anymore. I don't know if I'm being selfish or if I'm protecting myself. I don't know if 3 years is too long to grieve or not long enough. All I know is that I can't do this, and nobody seems to understand why. Am I crossing a line by refusing to care for my grandmother after learning she tried to have my mom written out of the family inheritance? I, 27, have been dealing with a massive family crisis involving my grandmother Eleanor, 84, my mom Sarah, 56, and basically every other relative who thinks they have a say in my life decisions. We live in a small coastal town where everyone knows everyone's business, which makes this whole situation 10 times worse. I need to give some context about my family dynamics first. My grandmother and my mom have never gotten along. Mom was always the black sheep of the family because she married my dad, who came from what Grandma called unfortunate circumstances. Basically, he grew up poor. Grandma never forgave her for that choice. Growing up, I watched her shower my cousins with gifts and attention while I was practically invisible. My cousin Amanda would get $100 bills for her birthday, while I'd get a card with $20 if I was lucky. Family dinners were worse. Grandma would ask Amanda and my other cousins about school, their friends, their hobbies, and then she'd look at me like I was a stain on her expensive tablecloth. The worst part was how she'd make these little comments. When I was 16 and got accepted into a decent state college, she told me it was adequate for someone with my background. When I graduated and got my first real job, she said it was nice that I found something. Nothing I did was ever good enough because I was my mother's daughter. I stopped going to family events as much once I hit my 20s. It was easier than sitting there feeling like I didn't belong. 3 months ago, everything changed. My Uncle James pulled me aside at a family gathering. He'd been drinking, probably the only reason he told me the truth. My grandfather passed away 2 years back, and Uncle James started talking about the will situation. He told me that back when Grandpa was dying, Grandma had actually tried to have my mom completely written out of the will. She wanted to split everything between her other 2 children and cut Mom out entirely. Uncle James stopped her from doing that, but Grandma still managed to keep most of the family property in her own name instead of distributing it fairly. The big house, some rental properties, all of it stayed with her. I felt sick when he told me. All those years of watching my mom work 2 jobs while Grandma lived in that huge house. All those times Mom struggled to pay my college tuition while my cousins got their education handed to them. And this woman had actively tried to make sure we got nothing. I went home that night and couldn't even tell Mom what I'd learned. She'd suspected it, I think, but hearing it confirmed would have broken something in her. Last month, the situation exploded. Grandma's health started failing rapidly. She needs round-the-clock care now. Help with bathing, eating, medication, all of it. The family had a meeting without telling me first, and apparently they all decided that I should be the one to move in and take care of her. Their reasoning was that I live closest. I'm about 20 minutes away while my cousins are an hour or more out. Uncle James called me to inform me of their decision like it was already settled. He said they knew I wasn't doing anything too demanding at work, so I had the flexibility. I work from home as a freelance graphic designer, but apparently that doesn't count as a real job to them. He just assumed I'd drop everything and become Grandma's full-time caregiver. I told them no. Just flat out refused. Uncle James was shocked. I don't think anyone in our family had ever said no to a family duty before. He tried to guilt me, saying Grandma was elderly and frail and needed family, not strangers. I reminded him about what he'd told me at the gathering, about the will situation. He got quiet for a second, then said that was in the past and she was still my grandmother. Like that was supposed to erase everything. That's when I lost it a bit. I told him I couldn't imagine bathing and feeding the same woman who once told me, right to my face when I was 19, that I was a mistake that ruined her bloodline. Yeah, she actually said that. It was at a Christmas dinner, and I'd brought up how hard Mom was working. Grandma had snapped that Mom made her own choices, and that bringing me into the world was the biggest mistake of all those choices. I left in tears, and she never apologized. Not once in the 8 years since. The family reaction was immediate and brutal. My Aunt Karen called me disrespectful and ungrateful. Cousin Amanda, the golden child, sent me a long text about how family takes care of family and how I was being selfish and cruel. Uncle James said I was holding grudges that I needed to let go of. They made me sound like I was abandoning a sweet old lady who'd done nothing wrong, like I was the villain in this story. The worst call was from my Uncle Mark, Grandma's oldest son. He said that Grandma specifically asked for me, that she wanted to make amends in her final days. He told me that refusing her was basically sentencing her to die alone among strangers. I pointed out that she has 3 children and 5 other grandchildren who could help. He said they all had important jobs and families to take care of. Apparently my job and my life with my mom didn't count as important enough. I offered a compromise because part of me still felt guilty. I said I'd help find a reputable nurse, and I'd even contribute financially to her care, despite the fact that she has way more money than our side of the family ever did. I thought this was reasonable. I'm still helping, just not personally doing the caregiving. They called it cold and calculated. Aunt Karen said that hiring help was outsourcing love and that Grandma deserved better. I wanted to scream that I deserved better too. I deserved a grandmother who didn't treat me like garbage for 27 years. I deserved to not feel guilty for protecting myself from someone who never protected me. The phone calls kept coming for days, different relatives trying different tactics. Some went with guilt, talking about how Grandma was scared and alone. Others went with anger, saying I was disrespectful and breaking apart the family. My cousin Amanda even tried the sympathy approach, telling me that Grandma talks about me sometimes and seems to regret how things went. But none of them could give me a single example of Grandma actually showing regret before she got sick and needed something from me. Mom was there when I had the final phone call with Uncle Mark. He was yelling by the end, saying I was cruel and heartless, and that I'd regret this for the rest of my life. After I hung up, Mom hugged me and said she supported whatever I decided. But I could see it in her eyes. This whole situation was hurting her all over again. She was reliving every rejection, every cruel comment, every time her own mother chose everyone else over her. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what family duty actually means. Does it override decades of mistreatment? Am I supposed to forget everything just because someone is old and sick now? The family acts like Grandma's age and illness erase her history, like being dying makes someone automatically worthy of forgiveness. I kept replaying memories in my head. The time Grandma came to my high school graduation and left early because she had plans with Amanda. The time she told Mom at a family dinner that she should have married someone worthy of the family name. The countless birthdays and holidays where I felt like an outsider in my own family. And now I'm supposed to be the one who wipes her mouth and changes her sheets and listens to her complaints. The guilt was eating at me, but so was the anger. I felt trapped between what everyone expected of me and what I knew I could actually handle emotionally. 2 weeks after my refusal, Uncle James showed up at my door unannounced. He looked uncomfortable, kept shifting his weight from foot to foot. He said he needed to tell me something that the family had been protecting me from knowing. Apparently, Grandma's sudden interest in me, her requests to make amends, all started exactly when her doctor told her she'd need full-time care. Before that conversation with her doctor, she'd told Aunt Karen that she hoped Sarah's mistake of a daughter wouldn't dare show her face at the funeral. Uncle James heard it himself. The moment she realized she needed help, suddenly, I was worth acknowledging. He admitted this while standing in my doorway, barely able to look me in the eye. He said she only changed her tone because she needs someone now, and he thought I should know that before I made my final decision. I asked him why he was telling me this. He said because he was tired of watching the family use me, and he was tired of his mother getting away with cruelty just because she was old. He apologized for even suggesting I should be her caregiver. Then he left. I told Mom everything that night. She cried, but she wasn't surprised. She said she'd lived with this version of her mother her entire life. Kindness only when it was convenient. Love only when it was needed. She told me again that whatever I decided was okay. But she also said something that stuck with me. She said I don't owe Grandma my pain just because she's facing hers. I've stuck with my decision. I helped them find a nursing service, and I sent some money to help cover costs, though Grandma has plenty of her own. The family barely speaks to me now except for occasional guilt trip messages. Cousin Amanda posted something on Facebook about the importance of forgiveness and family bonds that was clearly directed at me. I didn't respond. I unfollowed most of them, actually. I don't need that negativity in my feed. The weird thing is that I thought I'd feel more conflicted about this, but mostly I just feel relieved. Relieved that I don't have to pretend anymore. Relieved that I don't have to act like 27 years of mistreatment didn't happen. Some of my friends think I'm being too harsh, that I should at least visit her. But they didn't grow up feeling unwanted at every family gathering. They didn't hear their grandmother call them a mistake. Last week, Uncle Mark called to say Grandma's been asking for me, saying she wants to apologize before it's too late. Part of me wonders if she's genuine, if facing death has actually changed her. But the bigger part of me remembers that 19-year-old girl crying in her car after being called a mistake. I remember my mom working herself to exhaustion while her own mother tried to cut her out of an inheritance. I remember every birthday card with barely any money in it while my cousins got spoiled. I remember feeling small and unwanted for my entire childhood. Mom said something yesterday that's been playing in my head on repeat. She said sometimes the kindest thing you can do for yourself is to stop waiting for people to become who you needed them to be. I think she's right. I spent so many years hoping Grandma would suddenly see me, really see me, and decide I was worth loving. It never happened when she was healthy and independent. I don't believe it's happening now that she's sick and desperate. I don't know if I'll regret this decision years from now. I don't know if I'm being cruel or just protecting myself. The family acts like I'm committing some unforgivable sin, but nobody seems to remember all the years Grandma made me feel unwanted. Nobody wants to talk about how she tried to cut Mom out of the will, or how she told me I ruined her bloodline. So here I am, still living 20 minutes away from a dying woman who wants my forgiveness, who needs my care, and who spent my entire life making sure I knew I wasn't good enough. The nursing service is taking care of her. She's not alone. She's not suffering. She just doesn't have me there, and apparently that's the worst thing I could do to her. But I can't set myself on fire to keep someone warm, who never cared if I was cold. Could I be out of line for telling my daughter she can't invite her biological father to her wedding after years of silence? I'm a 48-year-old woman dealing with what might be the worst situation of my life, and it involves my daughter Emma, 26, and her upcoming wedding. I need to know if I'm completely out of line here because half the people in my life are telling me I'm being selfish, and the other half aren't saying anything at all. Before I get into what just happened, you need to understand the history. Emma's biological father, Derek, left when she was 2. Not left like he moved across town and we shared custody, left like he disappeared and started a whole new life without us. Over the last 24 years, I can count on one hand the number of times he paid child support. He missed every birthday, every Christmas morning, every school event. The only contact was random text messages a few times a year. Generic stuff like, "Happy birthday, kiddo," or "Merry Christmas." No phone calls, no visits, nothing real. I raised Emma completely on my own. I worked as a waitress during the day and cleaned office buildings at night for years, just to make sure she had everything she needed. Dance classes, school trips, college application fees, all of it came from those 2 jobs. She never went without, even when I did. There were months I ate ramen so she could have actual meals. I'm not trying to be a martyr here, that's just what happened. Here's what I think matters most, though. I never talked badly about Derek to her. Not once. I could have told her exactly what kind of man abandons his toddler and never looks back. I could have explained how he started a new family 2 states over and acted like she didn't exist. But I didn't. I genuinely thought I was doing the right thing by letting her form her own opinions about him if she ever wanted to reach out. I didn't want to be the bitter ex-wife poisoning her against her father. I wanted to be better than that. 3 weeks ago, Emma came over for dinner. We were having a good time, talking about wedding plans, looking at photos of flower arrangements on her phone. Then, completely out of nowhere, she said, "Oh, I tracked down Dad and invited him to the wedding." I felt my whole body go cold, but I didn't say anything yet. Then she kept going. I asked him to walk me down the aisle. I know it's different, but I really want to have that father-daughter moment I never got to have growing up. I just sat there. I couldn't even process what she was saying. She didn't ask me what I thought. She told me what she'd already done. It was a done deal. I tried to stay calm. I asked her if she really thought that was fair after he'd been absent for 24 years. She got defensive immediately and said he was still her father, and didn't she deserve to have that experience? She said every girl dreams of her dad walking her down the aisle. I asked her, what about me? What about the person who actually raised her, who was there for everything he missed? I told her I wasn't trying to stop her from reconnecting with him if that's what she wanted, but giving him that specific honor felt like a betrayal after everything I'd done. That's when she turned it around on me. She said I was being jealous and bitter, that I was trying to control her happiness and make her wedding about me instead of about her. She accused me of always having an attitude about her father, even though I never said a single negative word about him to her face in 24 years. We went back and forth, and it ended with her leaving angry, and me sitting alone at my kitchen table trying to figure out how we got here. We didn't talk for 3 days after that. When she finally answered my calls, things only got worse. When Emma finally called me back 3 days later, I thought maybe we could work this out. I was wrong. She'd spent those 3 days telling everyone about our fight, and suddenly I had people coming at me from all directions. My sister Lisa was the first to call. She didn't even say hello, just launched right into how I needed to be the bigger person and stop making Emma's wedding about my feelings. She actually used the word ego, like wanting some basic recognition for raising a child alone for 24 years is about my ego. I tried to explain that this wasn't about ego or control. It was about respect, but she wasn't hearing it. She just kept saying I was going to ruin Emma's big day over something petty. Then I started seeing comments on Emma's social media posts about the wedding. Her friends were writing things like, "So excited you get to have your special moment with your dad," and "This is going to be so beautiful, a father and daughter reunited." I wasn't tagged in anything. It was like I didn't exist. Like those 24 years of scraped knees and homework help and late-night talks just vanished because Derek decided to show up for one day. I called Emma again and tried a different approach. I was calmer this time, really tried to make her understand where I was coming from. I explained that I wasn't trying to control anything or ruin her happiness. I told her I could accept Derek being at the wedding. I could be civil, even friendly if that's what she needed. But watching him walk her down the aisle while I sat in the audience felt like being told that none of what I did mattered. That the father who did nothing gets the place of honor, while the mother who did everything gets pushed aside. She didn't want to hear it. She kept saying I was making it about me when it should be about her happiness. She said she'd spent her whole life wondering what it would be like to have a dad, and didn't she deserve the chance to find out? I told her of course she deserved whatever she wanted, but I also deserve not to have my heart broken watching a man who abandoned us take credit for raising her. That's when she said something I keep replaying over and over in my head. She told me that maybe if I had tried harder to make him stay, she wouldn't have grown up without a father. I actually gasped. After everything, she was blaming me for him leaving, for him choosing not to be part of her life, like I pushed him away instead of him just walking out on his own. I didn't even know what to say to that. I told her I would still come to the wedding because I loved her, but I couldn't emotionally handle watching Derek in that role. I'd sit in the audience and support her the way I always had, but I couldn't pretend this didn't hurt me. She said if I couldn't support her unconditionally, then maybe I shouldn't come at all. Then she hung up on me. The next week was complete silence. No calls, no texts, nothing. I didn't know if I was even invited to the wedding anymore. I didn't know if my own daughter wanted me there. I kept picking up my phone to text her and then putting it back down. What was I supposed to say? I felt like I was losing her, and there was nothing I could do about it. My sister kept calling with updates she'd apparently gotten from Emma. The wedding plans were moving forward. Derek had already picked out his suit. Emma had chosen a special song for the father-daughter dance. Every detail felt like another knife. Lisa kept pushing me to apologize, to just let it go and make peace. But I couldn't figure out what I was supposed to apologize for. For raising my daughter? For having feelings about being replaced? I spent those days going through old photo albums. Emma's first day of school, her 8th grade graduation, her high school prom. In every single photo, it was just the two of us. Derek wasn't there for any of it, and now he was going to be there for the biggest moment, playing the role he never earned. 2 weeks before the wedding, my friend Sharon sent me a screenshot. She prefaced it with, "I'm so sorry, but you need to see this." It was from Derek's Facebook page. He'd posted one of those generic stock photos of a father and bride, the kind you see on wedding planning websites. The caption made my blood boil. He wrote about making up for lost time and being a proud dad who was finally getting to be there for his little girl's big day. Not one word about me. Not a single mention of the 2 decades I spent raising Emma alone while he was off living his life like she didn't exist. He was rewriting history in real time, turning himself into some kind of devoted father who'd just been waiting for his chance to step up. The comments were full of people congratulating him and saying how beautiful it was that he was getting this moment. I wanted to throw my phone across the room. I screenshot the post and sent it to Emma. I thought maybe seeing it would wake her up to what he was really doing. He wasn't trying to build a relationship with her. He was using her wedding for social media points. He was making himself look good at my expense, erasing everything I'd done. She barely reacted when we talked about it, just said he was excited, and what was wrong with that. I tried to explain that the problem was him taking credit for something he never did, playing proud father when he was never actually a father to her at all. That's when she got really angry. Angrier than she'd been in any of our previous fights. She accused me of never being able to stand the idea of her having a relationship with Derek. Said I'd spent her whole life making sure she knew he was the bad guy, and I was the saint who sacrificed everything. I reminded her that I never said a single bad word about him to her face. Not one. She said I didn't have to, that it was in every look and every sigh whenever his name came up, that I wanted her to hate him. I didn't know how to defend myself against that. How do you prove a negative? How do you prove you didn't do something when someone's convinced you did? That conversation ended badly, and we haven't spoken since. The wedding is in 5 days now, and I still don't know if I'm going. I don't know if she even wants me there. My sister calls every day telling me to apologize and let it go. But I don't know how to let go of 24 years of sacrifice being erased for a man who contributed absolutely nothing. This morning I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. It was Derek. He said he'd heard I was making things difficult for Emma, and that this day wasn't about me. Then he told me maybe it was time to step back and let her have what she wants. The audacity of this man telling me to step back from my own daughter's life after he stepped out of it 24 years ago and never looked back. I haven't responded. I don't know what I would even say to him. Part of me wants to tell him exactly what I think of him. But what good would that do? It would just give Emma more ammunition to say I'm bitter and jealous and trying to ruin her happiness. I've been sitting here for days trying to figure out what to do. Part of me wants to go to that wedding and sit in the audience and watch my daughter get married, even if it kills me to see Derek play father of the bride. At least I'd be there. At least she'd know I love her enough to put my pain aside. But another part of me thinks that if I do that, I'm saying this is okay. That what he did or didn't do doesn't matter. That you can abandon your kid and still get to play dad when it's convenient. I don't have an answer. The wedding is in 5 days, and I still don't know if I'm going to my own daughter's wedding. Did I go too far by refusing to attend my brother's funeral after learning he stole from our father before he died? I'm a 45-year-old man, and this is about my older brother Miguel, who was 48, and what he did to our father before he died. We all still live in the same hometown, most of the family anyway, so everyone knows everyone's business here. That's important later. My father had dementia, got diagnosed about 5 years ago, and it was the slow, cruel kind that took him piece by piece. When he could still understand what was happening, we had to make decisions about his care. Miguel was the oldest, always been good with numbers, worked in accounting, so he got power of attorney. Made sense at the time. I took care of the medical stuff and the day-to-day things. I was the one making sure Dad didn't wander off or forget to eat. I was the one sitting with him during the bad nights when he didn't recognize anyone. Miguel handled the finances, the bills, the paperwork. I never questioned it. Why would I? He was my brother. The last couple years were hard. Dad declined fast, stopped talking, stopped knowing who we were. I was exhausted all the time from the caretaking, but you do it because it's your father. Miguel and I weren't particularly close, never had been, but we weren't enemies either. Just brothers doing what needed to be done. Dad passed away about 2 months ago. The funeral was what you'd expect. Sad, respectful, people saying nice things. Miguel and I split the arrangements, like we'd split everything else. No problems, no arguments, just grief. 2 weeks after the funeral, I met with Dad's accountant to settle the estate. Standard stuff, or so I thought. I'm sitting there in this office, and the accountant keeps pausing, looking at me weird. Finally, he slides these spreadsheets across the desk and asks if I knew about the transfers. I had no idea what he was talking about. Hundreds of thousands of pesos. Gone. Systematically transferred out of Dad's accounts over the last 3 years. Every few months, another chunk. All of it went to Miguel's personal account. I just sat there staring at the numbers, trying to make it make sense. The accountant was clearly uncomfortable. Probably thought I was in on it. I wasn't. I had no clue. I called Miguel the second I got to my car. Didn't even wait to get home. I asked him straight out what the hell happened to Dad's money. And you know what he said? He just admitted it. No shame, no hesitation. Yeah, he took it. Said he deserved compensation for all the time he spent handling things. Like it was a job. Like Dad was a client. I lost it. Told him he stole from our dying father. He actually had the nerve to justify it. Said I had no idea how many hours he spent on Dad's finances, dealing with bills and investments. Then he came at me. Said all I did was show up and play nurse. Can you believe that? Our father had dementia, was being robbed by his own son, and Miguel thought he was entitled to it. He called me self-righteous. Said money mattered more to me than family. That's when I hung up. Blocked his number. I was done. I told my mother what happened. Told a few other family members. The reactions were all over the place. Some people were shocked. Some got defensive about Miguel. Some tried to play mediator. Every family gathering after that had this tension hovering over everything. People were picking sides without saying they were picking sides. I didn't see Miguel again. Didn't talk to him. 3 months went by like that. Then I got the call. Miguel died in a car accident. Just like that, gone. I remember hanging up the phone and waiting to feel something. Sadness, regret, anything. Nothing came. There was shock, sure, the kind you feel when something sudden happens, but no grief. The absence of it surprised even me, but I couldn't force something that wasn't there. The family started planning the funeral immediately. Everyone just assumed I'd be there, that I'd participate, help organize things. It took me a few days to realize I had no intention of going. I kept waiting to feel something. Sadness, regret, even guilt for not feeling sad. Nothing came. Every time I tried to think about Miguel, tried to summon some grief, all I could see was our father. Confused, vulnerable, being stolen from by his own son. That image wouldn't leave me alone. My mother called about the funeral planning meeting. She said it casually, like of course I'd be there. I told her I wasn't going to the funeral. The silence on the other end lasted forever. Then she said, whatever happened between us, it was over now. He was dead. I needed to let it go. I told her I couldn't. She hung up. Then everyone else started. My aunt called saying he's still my brother, that I'd regret this. My cousin went on about respecting the dead. My uncle actually said Dad would want me there. That one made me angry. I told him Dad would want his money back. He didn't call again. My mother, though, she didn't stop. Multiple calls, multiple conversations. She kept saying I was disrespecting both of them by holding on to bitterness. She was worried about what people would think, what people would say. She told me he made a mistake, but he was still my brother. I corrected her every time. He didn't make a mistake. He stole from our dying father for 3 years. I wasn't going to stand in a church and pretend he was a good man. Living in a small town made everything worse. Word got around fast about why I wasn't going. People had opinions, and they shared them. At the grocery store, at church, old family friends stopping me on the street. Some people supported me, quietly, but most thought I was being cruel. I heard all the usual lines. You only get one brother. Forgiveness is for the living. Death changes things. None of it changed my mind. The thing is, I wasn't doing this out of hatred. I wasn't trying to get revenge on a dead man. It was about integrity. If I went to that funeral, I'd be saying what he did was okay, that it's forgivable just because he's dead now. But it's not okay. Dad can't defend himself anymore. Someone has to remember what Miguel did to him. Someone has to stand up for that. And honestly, it was about self-respect, too. I couldn't stand in that church and listen to people praise a man who robbed his own father. I couldn't shake hands with people and accept their condolences for losing a brother who I'd already lost the day I found out what he did. The night before the funeral, my mother came over, made one final plea. She brought up old memories, childhood stuff, times when Miguel and I actually got along. I almost wavered. For a minute, I thought maybe I should just go, just get through it. But then I remembered sitting in that accountant's office, seeing those numbers, realizing what had been happening while I was bathing Dad, feeding him, sitting with him through the worst of it. The decision solidified. I wasn't going. Funeral day, I stayed home. I kept imagining what was happening at the church, who was there, what they were saying. My phone wouldn't stop. Messages, calls, most of them angry or disappointed. A few people understood, but they weren't going to say it publicly. I sat with my decision and felt the weight of it, but I didn't regret it. After the funeral, the cold shoulders started. Most of the family wouldn't talk to me. My mother stopped speaking to me entirely. A couple relatives quietly told me they got it. They understood why I did what I did, but they said it in whispers like they were confessing something. I accepted the consequences. I knew what this would cost me. I did it anyway. A week after the funeral, my mother showed up at my door. It was late, almost 9, and she'd been drinking. I could tell immediately because she never drinks. Maybe a glass of wine at Christmas, and that's it. She looked like she'd been crying for hours. She said she needed to tell me something. We sat in my living room and she just broke down. Took her a while to get the words out. She told me she knew about the money. She'd known for over a year before Dad died. Miguel had told her what he was doing, and she asked him to stop, but he refused. And she just stayed silent. She said she didn't want to break the family apart. I couldn't process it at first, just sat there staring at her. Then it hit me. She knew. While I was bathing Dad, feeding him, sitting up with him during the bad nights, she knew Miguel was stealing from him. She knew and said nothing. I asked her how she could do that, how she could watch Dad deteriorate and know his own son was robbing him. She kept saying she was trying to hold the family together, that she thought if she said something, it would destroy us all. I told her she let Miguel steal from Dad to avoid an uncomfortable conversation. She got defensive, said I didn't understand, that it wasn't that simple. But it was that simple. She chose Miguel's secret over protecting her own husband. She left that night and we haven't really spoken since. A few text messages, nothing substantial. The foundation of everything I thought I knew just cracked wide open. It wasn't just Miguel's betrayal anymore. It was hers too. Some extended family found out about Mom knowing. I don't know who told them. Maybe she did. Maybe someone overheard something. It caused new problems, new arguments. People who'd been defending Miguel started questioning things. People who'd been mad at me started redirecting that anger. The family fractured in ways I never intended or wanted. It's been 2 weeks since Mom's confession. I'm more isolated from the family than I've ever been. A few cousins still talk to me, some aunts and uncles who were on my side from the beginning. But most of them, including my mother, have pulled away. Family dinners don't include me anymore. I hear about them after the fact. I've been questioning everything lately. Not whether I was wrong about Miguel. I still believe he betrayed Dad in the worst way possible. But I wonder if skipping the funeral mattered at all. Maybe Miguel got away with it after all. He's dead. Half the family remembers him as a good man, and I'm the villain in their story. The money's gone, never recovered. Dad's gone. Miguel's gone. And the family is destroyed anyway, which is exactly what my mother was trying to prevent. Some days I think I should have just gone to the funeral, kept the peace, let it all go. Let Miguel be remembered however people wanted to remember him, and just moved on with my life. Other days I know I did the right thing, that someone had to stand up for what actually happened, for Dad. Most days I just feel tired. My mother called yesterday. I saw her name on the screen and couldn't bring myself to answer. I don't know when I will. Maybe never. Maybe tomorrow. There's this gap between us now that I don't know how to cross, built from her silence and his theft and my refusal to pretend. People keep telling me time will heal this, that eventually the family will come back together, that wounds will close. I don't think time heals anything. It just makes you better at living with the wound. And I'm learning to live with this one. Learning what it costs to choose truth over peace. Did I go too far when I gave my greedy niece exactly what she asked for? I'm a 75-year-old widower, living alone in the house my late wife and I built together. My niece, Sarah, 29, has always been what you'd call charming, but only when she wants something. She visits maybe 3 or 4 times a year, and I noticed early on that these visits always seem to line up with my birthday or right around tax refund season. Funny how that works. My wife passed away 2 years ago. The funeral was small, just family and a few close friends. Sarah showed up late, stayed for maybe an hour, then left early because she had plans. I didn't think much of it at the time. Grief makes you forgive things you probably shouldn't. But about a month after the funeral, Sarah's whole attitude changed. She started coming around more often, which I thought was nice at first. I figured maybe she felt bad about not being there during my wife's illness. Turns out I was giving her way too much credit. The visits weren't about checking on me. They were about checking on the house. It started with little comments. "This place is too big for one person, don't you think?" Or, "It would be such a shame if this house left the family." Then came the big one. "Young people these days need opportunities, and keeping property in the family is so important." I knew exactly what she meant. She wanted me to put her name on the deed. About 6 months ago, she showed up with actual legal forms, called them estate planning documents, and said her boyfriend's cousin was a paralegal who'd helped put them together. I played dumb, told her I'd think about it. She smiled real big and said there was no rush, but I could tell she thought she had me hooked. My sister, who's Sarah's mother, has always made excuses for her. She's just ambitious. She's thinking about her future. You know how hard it is for young people these days. I stopped trying to point out the obvious years ago. The visits got more frequent over the past few months. Sarah would walk through my house like she was already planning renovations. She started bringing her boyfriend around too, this loud guy who had opinions about everything. They'd sit in my living room and talk about what changes they'd make, what furniture was outdated, how they could modernize the place. And Sarah would just sit there smiling, not even bothering to pretend anymore. Then last month, they crossed a line they didn't even know existed. Sarah and her boyfriend showed up unannounced on a Saturday afternoon, let themselves in through the side door like they owned the place. I was in the kitchen when I heard them walking through the house, and the boyfriend was talking loud enough for the neighbors to hear. They ended up in the living room, my late wife's favorite room, where she used to sit in her chair by the window and read. The boyfriend pointed at that space and said, "This is going to make a great entertainment center. Big TV right here, surround sound, the works. This'll be our future living room, babe." And then he laughed. Just stood there in my dead wife's favorite spot and laughed about their future in my house. Sarah didn't correct him, didn't tell him to lower his voice or show some respect. She just smiled and nodded, like it was already decided. Like I was already dead and buried, and this was their house to do with as they pleased. That was it. That was the moment I decided enough was enough. They left about 20 minutes later, and I sat in that living room for a long time. Looked at my wife's chair, thought about all the years we'd spent in this house, all the memories we'd made. And I thought about Sarah circling like a vulture, just waiting for her chance. 2 days later, I called her, kept my voice casual, friendly even. Told her I'd been thinking about what she'd said, about transferring ownership and keeping things in the family. I could practically hear her heart racing through the phone. Then I said I'd have the paperwork ready in 2 weeks and asked her to come over to sign everything. She agreed so fast, she almost interrupted me. Didn't ask a single question about what the paperwork actually said or what the terms were. Just locked in that date and time like her life depended on it. She called 3 times over those 2 weeks to confirm. Each time, I told her everything was ready and waiting, and it was. Just not what she was expecting. The day finally came, and Sarah showed up 30 minutes early. I watched from the window as she parked and practically jumped out of her car. She was dressed up like she was closing on $1 million deal, not visiting her elderly uncle. The boyfriend was with her again, wearing a button-up shirt this time. Both of them looked ready to celebrate. I opened the door before they could knock, and Sarah's smile was so wide it probably hurt. She gave me this awkward hug, the kind you give someone when you're trying to seem affectionate but don't really mean it. The boyfriend shook my hand too firm, like he was trying to prove something. I offered them coffee, tried to make small talk about the weather and some construction happening down the street. Sarah was barely listening. She kept glancing toward my office, where I usually kept important papers. Every few seconds, she'd try to steer the conversation back to why they were really there. So, about those documents. We're so excited to discuss everything. The boyfriend kept nodding along, his leg bouncing like he couldn't sit still. Finally, I got up and went to my desk. I'd put the envelope in the top drawer that morning. Large manila envelope, official looking, the whole 9 yards. When I walked back into the living room with it, Sarah actually stood up. Her hands were shaking a little when she reached for it. She opened it right there, didn't even wait for me to sit back down. Started pulling out the papers, and I watched her face as she read. The smile got bigger at first. She saw the official county seal, saw the legal language, saw her name on the deed. For about 10 seconds, she thought she'd won. Then her face changed. The smile froze, then faded. Her eyes went back to the top of the document, like she'd misread something. She went through it again, slower this time, and I could see the exact moment it hit her. She looked up at me, confused. "What is this?" I stayed calm, kept my voice even, told her it was exactly what it looked like. A property deed with her name on it. Legal transfer of ownership, all filed and official. "But this says a storage shed, on County Road 14. She was reading it out loud now, like saying it would make it make sense. I confirmed that was correct. Told her she now owned property, just like she'd been asking for. The shed wasn't much to look at, I explained. Needs a new roof, the door doesn't close right, and property taxes come due quarterly. But it was hers, free and clear. Her face went from confused to angry in about 2 seconds flat. She wanted to know if this was some kind of joke. I told her no joke, completely serious, and that I'd filed the paperwork with the county that morning. It was done. That's when she started yelling. Called me cruel, said I was playing games with her, that this wasn't what I promised. The boyfriend jumped in, calling me a manipulative old man, saying I'd wasted their time. I just sat there and let them get it out. When they paused for breath, I said it plain. "You asked for property in the family. Congratulations, you now own some." Sarah's voice went up another octave. She said I knew exactly what she meant, that she meant this house, not some worthless shed in the middle of nowhere. And that's when I stopped being polite. Told her, yeah, I knew what she meant. She'd been circling this house like a vulture for 2 years, dropping hints, bringing legal papers, making plans for my home while I was still living in it. Said she never actually asked me directly, just hinted and pressured and assumed. I used the word vulture, and that set her completely off. She started crying, said she'd only been trying to help, that she'd been checking on me out of love. I reminded her she didn't visit once while my wife was dying. Not once in those 6 months of illness. But the minute the funeral was over, suddenly she was family of the year. The boyfriend got in my face then, literally stood too close trying to intimidate me. I told him to get out of my house immediately. Told them both to leave my property. Sarah was full-on sobbing now, and the boyfriend was cursing at me as they headed for the door. On her way out, Sarah yelled back that her mother would hear about this, that the whole family would know what I'd done. I told her I was counting on it. The door slammed hard enough to rattle the frame, and then they were gone. I stood in my living room, in the quiet, and looked at my wife's chair. Part of me felt satisfied. The other part wondered what I'd just started. The phone started ringing that same evening. I didn't answer the first 3 calls because I knew who it was. Finally picked up on the 4th, and sure enough, my sister was on the other end. She didn't even say hello, just launched straight into how I'd humiliated Sarah, how the poor girl had come home in tears, how I was cruel and vindictive. I tried to explain what Sarah had been doing for months, how she'd been pressuring me, bringing legal documents, making plans for my house like I was already gone. My sister cut me off, said Sarah was family, that I should want to help her, that young people are struggling these days and need support from their elders. I asked her if helping meant handing over everything someone demands. She hung up on me. Over the next few days, my phone didn't stop. Cousins, aunts, uncles, even people I barely talked to had opinions about what I'd done. Some of them sided with Sarah, said I was a bitter old man taking out my grief on the younger generation. Others just stayed quiet, which somehow felt worse than the ones yelling at me. At least the angry ones were honest about where they stood. A few cousins reached out privately, though. One of them told me they'd all seen what Sarah was doing, but nobody wanted to say anything. Didn't want to cause drama. Didn't want to get involved. Real helpful after the fact. My sister sent me a long text about family loyalty and how disappointed our parents would be. That one stung more than I wanted to admit. The practical side of things got messy too. Sarah apparently tried to refuse the shed, told her boyfriend's paralegal cousin that she wouldn't accept it. That's when she found out she'd already accepted ownership by taking the deed and signing the acknowledgement form I'd slipped in there. She was now legally responsible for the property taxes, all the maintenance, everything. She sent me a text after she found out. Just one line. Hope you enjoy dying alone. I blocked her number after that. My sister called again, said I was tearing the family apart over pride, said Sarah made a mistake but I was being unforgiving. I reminded her that Sarah's mistake lasted 2 years and involved plotting to take my house. She said I was exaggerating. We haven't spoken since. The family group chat became unbearable. People were taking sides, making passive-aggressive comments, posting things clearly directed at the situation without naming it directly. I muted it after the first week. Some relatives stopped inviting me to things. A cookout happened last weekend that I only found out about through Facebook photos. Sarah was there, smiling in all the pictures. Message received. But some family members have actually reached out more. My nephew told me he respected what I did, that someone needed to call Sarah out eventually. Another cousin admitted she'd been watching Sarah work her angle for months and was glad I didn't fall for it. Small consolations, but I'll take what I can get. It's been 3 weeks now since everything went down. The shed is still sitting empty on County Road 14. Sarah hasn't paid the first property tax bill, which came due last Tuesday. I got a notice from the county about it since my name was on the previous filing. Forwarded it to her email before I remembered I'd blocked her. Had to unblock her just to send it, then blocked her again. She's been posting on social media about toxic family members and how some people show their true colors when you least expect it. Very subtle. Half the comments are from people who have no idea what actually happened, telling her she's strong and she'll get through this. The other half are from family members who know exactly what happened and are choosing their side publicly. I sit in my living room most evenings now, in my usual spot. My wife's chair is still by the window where it's always been. I think about what she would have said about all this. She probably would have laughed at first, called me petty, but I also know she saw through Sarah's act. She mentioned it once, about a year before she got sick, said Sarah only called when she needed something. Sometimes I wonder if I handled this wrong. If I should have just told Sarah no directly, instead of the whole elaborate setup with the shed. But then I remember her boyfriend pointing at my wife's favorite room, talking about their future living room, and Sarah just smiling like it was already decided. The family's split now. Half think I'm bitter and cruel. Half think Sarah needed a reality check. and I'm left here wondering if teaching someone a lesson about greed was worth all this. She wanted me to share what I had with family, so I gave her property, exactly what she asked for. Somehow I'm still the villain in this story. Funny how my nephew remembered me only after the inheritance was read. I'm a 76-year-old widow, and I need to tell you about my nephew Marcus, 42, because what he did still makes my blood boil even now. I never had children of my own. My husband and I tried for years, but it just wasn't meant to be. When my younger sister passed away 23 years ago, she left behind Marcus. He was 19, halfway through college, and completely devastated. I didn't even think twice. I took him in. I paid for everything: his tuition, his textbooks, his rent, his groceries. My husband and I made sure he had clothes, a car that ran, spending money for the weekends. We treated him exactly like he was our own son. Every Sunday dinner, every holiday, every birthday, he was ours. When my husband died 12 years ago, Marcus was there at the funeral crying just as hard as I was. After that, it was just the two of us, and honestly, that felt like enough. He was all the family I had left. Marcus did well for himself. Graduated with honors, got a solid job at an accounting firm, bought his own place. I was so incredibly proud. We still talked every week. He'd come over for dinner at least twice a month, sometimes more. We'd watch old movies together, and he'd help me with things around the house I couldn't manage anymore. I really thought we had something special, you know? A real bond. Then 5 years ago, he met Sarah. Look, I tried to be happy for him. I really did. A young man should fall in love, get married, start his own life. I understood that. But the moment they got engaged, things started shifting. Sarah didn't like how close Marcus and I were. I could tell during the wedding planning when Marcus wanted me involved in decisions. She'd get this tight smile and change the subject. At the actual wedding, Marcus insisted I sit in the front row, and I swear I saw Sarah's jaw clench when he announced it. After they got married, the calls got shorter. Then they got less frequent. Then they basically stopped. Suddenly, my house was too far to visit, even though I lived 30 minutes away in the same town where he grew up. The same house where he'd spent countless dinners, where he'd done his college homework at my kitchen table. His birthday calls to me just stopped happening. Christmas became a text message if I was lucky, usually sent at like 11:47 p.m. like he suddenly remembered I existed. But here's the thing that kills me. I still helped them. When Marcus lost his job 2 years ago, I wired him $3,000. He didn't even ask. I just did it because that's what family does. When Sarah's car broke down, I paid for the repairs. When they needed help with their mortgage one month, I sent a check. I never brought up how they'd basically abandoned me. I kept quiet because I told myself, that's what love is. You give without keeping score. Then last year I got pneumonia. It turned into something worse, and I ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks. I was genuinely scared. There were moments I thought I might actually die. I had the nurses call Marcus 4 times over those 2 weeks. 4 separate times. No answer. No callback. No visit. Nothing. I got out of the hospital and went home alone. Recovered alone. Dealt with all of it alone. 3 months pass, and I'm at the grocery store when I run into my cousin Diana. The second she sees me, her face does this thing where I know she's hiding something. I push her on it, and finally she breaks. Apparently at a family gathering that I wasn't invited to, Marcus told everyone I was being dramatic about my illness, that I was faking how serious it was because I was lonely and wanted attention, that I was trying to manipulate him into visiting me. I stood there in the middle of the cereal aisle, and something inside me just broke. This kid I raised, who I fed and clothed and loved like my own, thought I was manipulating him, thought I'd fake being sick for attention. I went straight home and called my lawyer. We talked for almost 2 hours about my will, and I made some very specific changes. changes that Marcus would find out about soon enough. I need to back up and explain something about myself that makes the rest of this make sense. For almost 40 years, I'd been volunteering at St. Catherine's Orphanage every Saturday morning. It started right after my husband and I realized we couldn't have kids. I needed something to fill that void, and those children gave me purpose. I'd read to them, help with homework, sometimes just sit and listen to them talk about their dreams and fears. Those kids became like my own in a way. They still are, even now. So when I sat down with my lawyer that day after talking to Diana, the decision came pretty easily. My house, all my savings, that small piece of land I owned out by the lake, everything would go to St. Catherine's. They could sell the house and use the money for the kids. They could turn the land into something useful. Whatever they needed to keep helping children who had nobody else. But I made sure to add one very specific line to the will. Right next to Marcus's name in the beneficiary section, it said this: "He already took all the love I could ever give. That was enough." I wanted him to know exactly why. I wanted it in writing. I didn't tell anyone what I'd done. Not Diana, not my church friends, nobody. I just went back to my normal life, kept volunteering when my health allowed it, tended my garden, kept to myself mostly. The silence from Marcus continued. Months went by without a single call. I'm not going to lie. It was lonely. There were days I'd see families at the park and wonder if maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe I should have tried harder to fix things with Marcus and Sarah. Maybe I should have confronted the situation directly instead of just quietly rewriting my will. But then I'd remember those 4 unanswered calls from the hospital, and I knew I'd made the right choice. I'd remember him telling people I was being dramatic, and the anger would come right back. Winter came, and my health got worse. The doctors told me my heart was failing. I had a few months left, maybe less. I wasn't scared exactly, just tired. Tired of being forgotten. Tired of wondering why the person I'd raised couldn't even pick up the phone. I wrote one final letter explaining everything, the whole situation from start to finish, exactly how it happened, exactly how it made me feel. I gave it to my lawyer with very specific instructions. After I died, his assistant would post it online somewhere public. I wanted my side of the story out there in my own words. I didn't want Marcus controlling the narrative after I was gone. I died on a Tuesday morning in February. It was peaceful, or so I'm told. Funny how you can know these things even after. The will reading happened exactly 1 week after my funeral. My lawyer told me later, in whatever way these communications work now, that Marcus showed up in a black suit looking appropriately sad. Sarah came with him wearing sunglasses indoors, which feels almost too perfectly ridiculous. They sat there waiting to hear how much they'd be getting. When my lawyer read out the terms, that everything was going to St. Catherine's Orphanage, Marcus apparently went completely white. Then his face turned red. Then he started yelling. He said the orphanage must have manipulated me, that they'd gotten in my head and turned me against him, that this couldn't be legal, that I wasn't in my right mind. My lawyer, bless him, stayed completely calm. He read Marcus my specific message, the line about him already taking all the love I could give. Marcus lost it, started shouting about how he was going to contest this, how it was elder abuse, how someone had clearly taken advantage of me. Sarah was crying, but I'm pretty sure it was about the money, not about me. Marcus stormed out and slammed the door so hard that a picture frame fell off the wall and shattered. Sarah followed him, still crying. My lawyer said he just sat there for a minute in the silence, looking at the broken glass on the floor. That should have been the end of it. Marcus angry, me at peace knowing the orphanage would get everything, both of us moving on in our separate ways. But of course it wasn't the end, not even close. 2 weeks after the will reading, Marcus posted something on Facebook that made my friends lose their minds. A long emotional tribute with old photos of us together. Him at his college graduation with his arm around me. Christmas dinners at my house. Him hugging me at his wedding. The whole post was about how I was the kindest, most generous aunt anyone could ask for. How I'd practically raised him like a son. How much he'd miss me. How grateful he was for everything I'd done. My church friends screenshotted the whole thing and saved it. My lawyer showed it to me later, in whatever form this exists now where I am. We had a genuinely good laugh about it. The audacity of posting that after everything, after storming out of the will reading, after years of ignoring me. It was almost impressive in how shameless it was. Diana managed to get word to me, through a medium of all things, that Sarah was absolutely furious about that Facebook post. Apparently, she'd been the one pushing Marcus to contest the will, and his very public display of grief complicated things legally. It's pretty hard to claim someone manipulated your beloved aunt against you when you just publicly declared how much you loved and appreciated her. The lawyers apparently told him the post made contesting the will nearly impossible. The orphanage received everything about 6 months after I died. They sold my house to a young family with 3 kids. I like thinking about children playing in that backyard again. They turned my lakeland into a summer camp for the orphanage kids. My savings started a scholarship fund for kids aging out of foster care. Everything I built in my life went to helping children who actually needed it. Marcus tried to visit St. Catherine's once. Diana told me he showed up wanting to discuss the inheritance with the director, wanting to talk about how maybe some arrangement could be made. The director told him politely but firmly to leave and not come back. I wish I could have seen his face. The last update I got before fully crossing over, Diana's still finding ways to contact me because that woman is absolutely relentless. Marcus and Sarah are struggling with money again. Bad investments or something. And apparently Marcus has been telling anyone who'll listen how unfair it was that I left him nothing. How he deserved something for all the years he put up with visiting me. Put up with. Those were his actual words according to Diana. My lawyer posted my letter just like I asked him to. The whole thing explaining my side. Why I made the choices I made. What Marcus did and didn't do. The responses were all over the place apparently. Some people think I was cruel and vindictive. That family should forgive family no matter what. That I should have been the bigger person. Others said I did exactly what needed to be done. That Marcus showed his true colors and got what he deserved. Honestly, I'm at peace with all of it. Those kids at St. Catherine's will remember me better than my own nephew did. They'll benefit from what I left behind way more than Marcus ever would have. He would have just spent it and forgotten where it came from within a year. But I do think about it sometimes. Maybe he really did love me once and Sarah poisoned it. Maybe their marriage changed him in ways I didn't want to see. Maybe I should have fought harder for our relationship instead of quietly stepping back and rewriting my will. Or maybe I'm giving him too much credit. Maybe the love I thought we had was only ever real on my side. There's this part of me that wonders if I should have left him something small. Not much. Just enough to prove I was the bigger person. A token amount with a note saying, I forgave him. But then I think about those 4 ignored calls from the hospital, and I know I made the right choice. Some things you don't come back from. The truth is, I'll never really know what he was thinking all those years. I'll never know if he actually believed I was being dramatic, or if that was just something he said to justify ignoring me. I'll never know if he loved me at all, or if I was just useful until I wasn't anymore. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to know. Some questions are better left unanswered. What matters is those orphanage kids have a summer camp now, and Marcus has to live with what he did. That feels like enough. Funny how my son remembered I existed only after his marriage fell apart. I'm a 73-year-old retired carpenter living in the same small house I built with my late wife 40 years ago. My son David, 45, hasn't visited much in the past 15 years. Not since he married a woman named Patricia, who made it pretty clear I didn't fit their lifestyle. My wife passed 10 years ago. David came to the funeral, stayed for 2 days, then went back to his life 3 states away. After that, the visits got fewer and further between until they just stopped altogether. Patricia always had a reason. The kids had soccer. They were remodeling. Work was busy. I got the message eventually. The wedding was where it really started, I think. I wasn't invited to sit near the front. They told everyone I wasn't comfortable with crowds, which was news to me since nobody ever asked. I sat in the back, next to Patricia's great-aunt, who spent the whole ceremony snoring. David didn't even look my way during the photos. Patricia's father walked her down the aisle, gave this long toast about family, and I just sat there wondering if anyone remembered I existed. After that, I tried. I really did. I sent birthday cards to the grandkids every year. They're about 12 and 10 now. Never got one back. Not even a thank you text. I'd call on holidays and get voicemail. I'd see David's social media posts, pictures of them at Disney or opening Christmas presents. Captions like, "Just us 3, all that matters." That one stuck with me. I stopped looking after a while. About a year ago, I just quit trying. Figured if he wanted a father, he knew where to find me. My phone got real quiet after that. 3 months ago, everything changed. It was close to midnight when my phone rang. I almost didn't answer because nobody calls me that late unless something's wrong. It was David. His voice sounded hollow, like he'd been crying. Patricia had left him, packed up and moved in with some tech guy who owns vacation homes and drives a car worth more than my house. She took the kids. David was sitting in an empty apartment because she got the house in some temporary arrangement. He called me 4 more times that week. Then every day after that. Suddenly I was hearing about his feelings, his betrayal, his shock that Patricia could do this. He kept saying he needed family more than ever, that I was all he had left. It felt strange hearing him say that after all those years of being nothing. Then came the big ask. He wanted to move in with me for a while, just until he got back on his feet financially and emotionally. He said it like I owed him this, like of course I'd say yes. I sat there on the phone, quiet. Part of me wanted to help because that's what fathers do, right? You don't stop being a dad just because your kid stops acting like a son. But another part of me, the part that spent 15 Christmases eating TV dinners alone while David posted happy family photos online, that part wasn't so sure. I remembered one Thanksgiving specifically. It was about 2 years ago. I'd asked if I could visit, just for the day. Patricia said they were keeping it small that year, just immediate family. I saw the photos later. Her parents were there, her sister's family. 12 people around a table, and I wasn't immediate enough to make the cut. David kept calling. His voice got more desperate each time. He said things like, "You're all I have left, Dad," and "I need you right now." Part of me wanted to break, wanted to tell him to come home and we'd figure it out together. But I kept thinking about that house he used to call a shack, the same house he grew up in, the one I built with his mother, the one that apparently wasn't good enough once Patricia came along. I almost said yes without conditions. Almost told him to pack his bags and come home. But something stopped me. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was all those years of silence finally catching up. Maybe it was my wife's voice in my head, reminding me that love without respect isn't really love at all. So I told him he could stay, but only if he helped me repair the old house, the same one he once called a shack. There was a long pause on the other end. Then he said, in this flat voice, that he guessed that was fair. A week later, David showed up at my door with 3 suitcases and a broken expression I'd never seen before. David moved into his old bedroom, I never changed it after he left. Same blue walls, same desk in the corner. He didn't say anything about it, just unpacked his suitcases and closed the door. That first night we had dinner together, some pasta I threw together. The conversation was surface level. He mentioned the kids missed him, that Patricia wasn't letting him see them much. I felt sympathy creeping in, which annoyed me. I had to keep reminding myself why I'd set conditions in the first place. The first few days were awkward but civil. We'd eat breakfast, then I'd go over the list of repairs the house needed. The porch had rotted boards, the gutters were falling apart. The back steps were a safety hazard. David would nod along, say he'd help after he made some calls about job prospects. Those calls seemed to take up most of his day. 1 week in, things fell apart. We were working on the porch together, finally. I was showing him how to replace the rotted boards, the same way I'd taught him when he was 16. He kept checking his phone between hammering nails. Then he started complaining. The work was too hard. He was emotionally exhausted. This wasn't what he needed right now. He said he came here to heal, not to do manual labor. I didn't respond right away, just kept working. That seemed to make it worse. Then he said it. He told me I was using his grief against him, using his divorce as leverage to make him do work I should probably just hire someone for anyway. His voice had this edge to it, like he was the victim here. I put down my hammer and looked at him, told him I wasn't using anything against him. I was giving him a chance to rebuild something real, if he actually meant it. He didn't like that answer. That's when it all came out. David started going off about how I never understood what he and Patricia were building, how they were trying to create a certain kind of life for their kids, a stable environment. He made it sound like I was some kind of disruptive force they had to manage. I'd been holding things in for 15 years. I wasn't holding them anymore. I brought up the wedding, how I sat in the back like a stranger. I mentioned the holidays I spent alone, the birthday cards I sent that disappeared into the void. Every single time I'd reached out and got nothing back. David got defensive immediately, said Patricia thought it was better for the kids to have stability, not confusion. I asked him what was confusing about knowing their grandfather. He didn't have an answer for that. Just said I wouldn't understand because I didn't know Patricia's family dynamics, didn't know what she'd been through. I told him I was their grandfather, not some stranger off the street. That seemed to hit something in him because his face changed. He mumbled something about me making everything about myself, then stormed off to his room. The porch was half finished. I completed it alone. That night I sat in the living room I'd built with my own hands, the same living room where David took his first steps, where we'd had Christmas mornings before his mother died. I could hear him crying through the bedroom door. It was quiet crying, the kind you try to hide. Part of me wanted to go to him. The father in me wanted to knock on that door and tell him everything would be okay. I stood up, walked to his door, raised my hand to knock. Then I stopped. I remembered something my wife used to say, back when David was a teenager going through his rebellious phase. She told me not to let people back in just because they're hurting. Let them back in when they've learned why they hurt you. She was talking about his friends back then, but it felt relevant now. I went back to the living room, sat there until morning. David's door never opened. When the sun came up, I made coffee and started planning the next repair. The window frames in the kitchen needed replacing. I figured we'd tackle those next, assuming David was still willing to help. I wasn't sure anymore, and honestly, I wasn't sure if I even wanted him to. The next morning, David barely spoke to me. He came out for coffee, poured a cup, and went back to his room. Around noon he emerged and we started on the kitchen window frames without saying much. The silence was thick. I could hear him sighing heavily every few minutes, see him avoiding eye contact. He was doing the bare minimum, measuring wrong, holding tools like they might bite him. We kept at the repairs for a few days like that. David's resentment was visible in everything he did. He'd check his phone constantly between tasks. I caught glimpses of his screen a few times. Looked like he was texting friends, probably trying to find someone else who'd take him in. Can't say I blamed him, but it stung a little anyway. While we were replacing one of the window frames together, David muttered something under his breath. Said I was making him feel small. That I was punishing him for his marriage falling apart. I stopped what I was doing. Told him I wasn't trying to make him feel small. I was trying to see if he understood what small feels like. He looked at me then, confused or angry or both. Asked me what that was supposed to mean. I said it meant sitting alone for 15 years feeling like you weren't enough for your own son. He didn't respond. Just went back to work with his jaw clenched. That was 3 days ago. Since then, David stays in his room most of the time. He comes out for meals, eats quickly, goes back. The house repairs have completely stalled. He says his back hurts, or he's too stressed to focus. I've been working on things alone, which is fine. I've been doing everything alone for years anyway. But I can hear him through the walls, on the phone, talking about the situation with my dad, to whoever will listen. Yesterday, one of the grandkids called. The 12-year-old, I think. I heard David's phone ring, and then his voice getting softer, sweeter, the way it used to sound when he was younger. I came out of my room, hoping maybe I could say hello. Just hear her voice for a second. David saw me and turned away, told her it wasn't a good time, that he'd call her back later. He hung up and walked past me without a word. I've noticed David looking at apartment listings on his laptop when he thinks I'm not paying attention. Part of me feels relieved. If he leaves, things go back to how they were. Quiet, predictable, no conflict. But another part of me feels like I'm failing some test I didn't study for. Like there was a right answer to all this and I chose wrong. I was thinking about this earlier while sitting on the porch. The porch David helped me fix, even if he complained the whole time. It's solid now, doesn't creak when you walk on it. I remembered something from about 20 years ago, when David was in his 20s and would still visit. He'd brought a girlfriend over, someone he dated before Patricia. We sat on this same porch, and he told her it was the best place in the world. Said his dad built it, and it would stand forever. I wonder when that changed, when it stopped being the best place and became a shack. This morning I saw that David's car had one suitcase in the trunk. Not all three, just one. Like he's testing the waters, seeing how it feels to be halfway gone. We haven't spoken in 2 days now. He's in there, I'm out here. The house sits between us, half repaired. I keep thinking about my wife, about what she'd say if she could see this mess. She always knew the right thing to do with David, even when he was being difficult. I'm not sure she'd be proud of how I handled this, but I'm not sure she'd blame me either. David's claiming I made him feel small, that I'm using his grief as leverage. Maybe he's right. Maybe I should have just opened the door and asked nothing in return. Been the bigger person, the better father. But I can't stop thinking about all those years I kept trying when he'd already made his choice. When he decided I wasn't immediate family enough for Thanksgiving dinner. I still don't know if I did the right thing. And with David's car half packed in my driveway, I might not get the chance to figure it out. I guess they didn't expect the quiet old man to record every conversation before they tried to take my house. I'm a 78-year-old widower, and my 2 kids, my son Marcus, 43, and my daughter Linda, 41, just tried to steal my house out from under me. That's not an exaggeration. That's exactly what happened. I've lived in this house for over 50 years. Bought it in 1973, right after I married my wife Eleanor. We raised both kids here, paid off the mortgage in 2001, and this was supposed to be where we'd grow old together. Then Eleanor got sick 3 years ago. Cancer. The treatments drained everything we'd saved, and she still died. This house is all I have left of the life we built, and it's paid off. No mortgage, no debt. Just me and a house full of memories. Marcus and Linda used to visit more when their mom was alive. After she died, the visits got fewer and further between. Maybe once a month, if I was lucky. Usually when they needed something. Money for the grandkids' school trips, help with a car repair, that kind of thing. I helped when I could, even though the medical bills had wiped me out pretty good. They're my kids. That's what you do. About 4 months ago, things started changing. Marcus called and asked if I was getting around okay. Was I having trouble with the stairs? Could I still drive at night? I thought he was just being concerned, checking in on his old man. Then Linda started in. She'd send me articles about senior living communities, talking about how nice they were, how her friend's father just loved his assisted living place. I told her I was fine, that I wasn't interested, but she kept pushing. I started noticing they were coordinating. Marcus would call on a Tuesday asking about my mobility, and Linda would call that same evening, mentioning some facility she'd read about. It felt rehearsed. I'm old, not stupid. Something was going on. Then about 6 weeks ago, Linda came over for coffee. She went to use the bathroom and left her purse on my kitchen table. Her phone buzzed with a text from Marcus, and when I glanced over, I saw it said something about the realtor getting back to us. I didn't want to snoop, but my gut was screaming at me. While she was still in the bathroom, I looked in her purse. There were printouts, articles about selling property for elderly care, information about power of attorney, even a brochure for an assisted living facility circled with notes in the margins. My hands were shaking when she came back. I didn't say anything. I just smiled and poured more coffee and waited. 2 weeks ago, they invited me to dinner, both of them together, no grandkids. They said they needed to talk about something important. We met at this Italian chain restaurant, the kind with unlimited breadsticks. I knew before we even sat down that this was it. This was the conversation. Marcus did most of the talking. He said they were worried about me living alone. What if I fell? What if I had a medical emergency and nobody was there? He made it sound like they'd been losing sleep over it. Linda jumped in with the emotional stuff, about how Mom would want me somewhere safe, somewhere with people around to help. Then they got to the real point. They'd found this great assisted living facility. They'd already toured it. Really nice place, they said, but expensive. The solution was obvious, at least to them. Sell the house. Use that money to pay for my care. They'd already contacted a realtor, already had an estimate on what the house would sell for, already picked out the facility. I asked when they'd planned all this. They looked at each other, and Marcus said they'd been discussing it for a few months. They thought it was the responsible thing to do. Linda said they were trying to help me before something bad happened. I asked if they'd talked to a lawyer about any of this, and Marcus got defensive. He said they were trying to help me, and I was acting like they were the enemy. I told them I needed time to think about it. They seemed relieved, like they'd expected more of a fight. Linda hugged me on the way out and said to take my time, but not too long. Marcus said we should talk again in a few days. I drove home that night with my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. I wasn't thinking about their plan. I was thinking about how to protect myself from it. The next morning I called my buddy Jim from the VFW. Jim's a straight shooter, retired cop, dealt with family disputes for 30 years. I told him everything. He didn't even hesitate. He said to document everything, get a lawyer, and don't let them rush me into anything. Then he said something that stuck with me. He told me to get them talking again and record it. Get them to say out loud what they really wanted. I went to Best Buy that afternoon. Felt ridiculous asking this kid who couldn't have been older than 20 how to record a conversation. He showed me this little device, smaller than a pack of cards, that I could keep in my shirt pocket. He set it up for me, showed me how to turn it on, how to check if it was working. I practiced with it at home for 2 days, recording myself talking, playing it back. It worked perfectly. I felt like an idiot playing spy in my own house. But I also felt something I hadn't felt in months. I felt like I had some control. 3 days after that dinner, I called both my kids and invited them over for coffee. I told them I'd been thinking about what they said and wanted to talk more. They jumped on it. Said they could come over that afternoon. I turned on the recorder before they even knocked on the door, put it in my shirt pocket, and made sure it was running. I played confused and concerned. Told them I'd been thinking about the assisted living idea, that maybe they had a point about safety. Marcus leaned forward like he'd been waiting for this. He laid out their whole timeline. List the house within 2 weeks. Close the sale within 60 days. Move me into the facility by early next month. I asked what would happen to the money from selling the house. That's when they really started talking. Linda said they'd manage it for me, make sure it was used properly. Marcus added that after they set aside what I needed for the facility, they'd split the remainder to help with the grandkids' college funds. Just like that. Like it was already decided. I asked how they'd split it, and Marcus said 50-50 obviously, since they were my only kids. Linda said it made sense because the money would come to them eventually anyway when I died, so this way they could use it when it was actually needed. She said her oldest was looking at colleges next year, and my son's twins needed braces. I pushed a little more, asked if they'd talked to their spouses about this. Marcus said yeah, Jennifer was already looking at taking the kids to Disney World once everything settled. Linda said Dave wanted to use their share to finally finish their basement. The part that got me was when I asked about keeping the house, just staying here and managing on my own. Marcus actually got irritated, said I was being selfish, that this wasn't just about me. Linda said the house was too much for me to handle, and I needed to accept that I couldn't live alone anymore. They'd made up their minds, and I was just supposed to go along with it. I got it all on tape, every word. That same afternoon, I drove to my lawyer's office. Bill's been my lawyer for 30 years, came to my wedding back in '73. I played him the recording. He sat there listening, and when it finished, he looked at me and said my kids had no legal right to do any of this without my consent. But we needed to act fast before they tried to pressure me into signing something. We drafted a new will right there. The house goes to the local veterans charity when I die. Bill and Jim are co-executors. I also signed a power of attorney document that specifically excludes Marcus and Linda from ever making medical or financial decisions for me. Bill suggested we make a video statement too, just in case they tried to claim I wasn't thinking clearly. So we did. I sat in front of his camera and explained everything. Said I was of sound mind, that I knew exactly what I was doing, and why. I even played part of the recording in the video. I waited 2 weeks before I told them. I invited them back over, but this time Jim came with me as a witness. I told them about the new will, that the house was going to charity, that they weren't getting anything. Marcus went pale. Linda started crying immediately. Marcus said I was giving away Mom's house to strangers, and I told him I was protecting it from being sold off so they could take vacations. Linda tried the guilt trip, saying they were only trying to help, that they were my children. That's when I told them I had the recording. Marcus demanded to hear it, so I played it. Their own voices talking about splitting the money, about Disney World and basement renovations and college funds. Marcus lost it, started yelling about how I'd recorded my own kids, how I'd betrayed them. I told him he'd tried to take my house. Linda was sobbing, saying I'd destroyed everything. Jim had to step in and tell them to leave. They did, but not before Marcus said I'd regret this. That was 6 weeks ago. I haven't heard from either of them since. Marcus sent one text the day after our blowout. It said I'd betrayed the family and not to expect them to be there when I actually needed help. Linda sent an email a few days later. Long one, full of stuff about how I'd destroyed the family legacy, how I was choosing strangers over my own grandchildren, how Mom would be ashamed of me. I tried to respond, wrote out this whole thing explaining that the house is the legacy, that it's the home their mother loved, where they grew up, where we built our life together. I told them I wasn't trying to hurt them, just protect what was mine. Neither of them responded. Word got around the family pretty quick. My nephew called, asked what was going on. Linda's mother-in-law sent me a card saying she was praying for our family. Some people think I overreacted. My cousin Janet said they were my kids, and I could have just said no without changing my will. But others get it. Jim from the VFW told me I did the right thing, that it was my house and my choice. My neighbor Sarah, who checks on me most days, said she was proud of me for standing up for myself. The hardest part is the grandkids. They haven't called. Not once. Marcus's twins used to FaceTime me every Sunday. Linda's daughter would text me pictures from her soccer games. All of that stopped. I know their parents told them something about Grandpa, probably that I'm mean or crazy or chose charity over family. That hurts more than anything Marcus or Linda said to me. I sit in this house now and I think about everything. This is the same house where I carried Eleanor over the threshold in 1973. Her garden is still out back. Tomatoes and herbs she planted years ago that keep coming up every spring. The kitchen still has the countertops she picked out when we remodeled in '89. The bedroom upstairs is where we brought both babies home from the hospital. Some days I wonder if I did the right thing. Maybe I should have just explained calmly why I wanted to keep the house. Maybe I didn't need to go nuclear with the will change and the recording. Maybe there was a middle ground where I could have protected myself without blowing up whatever relationship we had left. But then I remember their faces at my kitchen table. The way they talked about splitting the money. Not a conversation about my safety or my happiness. A business transaction. They'd already spent it in their heads. Disney World. Basement renovations. College funds. They didn't care about where I wanted to live. They cared about their inheritance, and they didn't want to wait for me to die to get it. Yesterday, something new happened. I got a letter from a lawyer I've never heard of. He's representing both Marcus and Linda. The letter said they're exploring legal options to challenge my competency. They're claiming the recording proves I'm paranoid, that changing my will so drastically indicates mental decline and possible dementia, that I'm not capable of making sound decisions anymore. Apparently, they tried to talk to my doctor. He wouldn't give them any information because of privacy laws, but they tried. They're building a case that I'm not in my right mind. Bill called me as soon as I forwarded him the letter. He said they don't have a case, said I'm clearly competent, that we have the video statement, that the recording actually proves I was thinking clearly and protecting myself from manipulation. He said not to worry. But they're my kids, and they're treating me like an enemy now, like someone who needs to be defeated in court. I protected what's mine. I stopped them from taking the last thing I have from the life I built with their mother, the home where we raised them, where Eleanor died 3 years ago holding my hand in our bedroom. But I also destroyed whatever relationship we had left. My son and daughter are paying a lawyer to prove I've lost my mind so they can take my house anyway. So I'm asking honestly, was I wrong to record them? Was I wrong to change my will? They say I destroyed the family over a house, but they were willing to put me somewhere I didn't want to go and sell off 50 years of memories so their kids could go to college debt-free. Who's really in the wrong here? Is it cruel that I refused to let my mother move in after she knew family 20 years ago? I, 36M, never thought I'd see my mother again. She left my dad and me when I was 14, remarried some guy within months, and basically erased us from her life. 22 years of silence. 22 years of birthday cards I stopped sending, phone calls that went to voicemail, and eventually just accepting that I didn't have a mom anymore. Last month, I was coming home from work on a random Tuesday evening. I live in a small one-bedroom apartment in the city, nothing fancy, but it's mine. I pulled up to my building around 6 p.m., tired and ready to crash on the couch with some takeout. That's when I saw her standing at my door with 2 suitcases. I froze. Legitimately couldn't move for a solid 10 seconds. She looked older, obviously. Grayer hair, more lines on her face, but it was definitely her. She turned around when she heard my footsteps and smiled like we'd just seen each other last week. She said she needed a place to stay. Her husband, the guy she left us for, had died 3 months ago. Just dropped it like that, casual as anything. No hello, no I'm sorry for disappearing, just straight to needing something from me. I stood there like an idiot, keys still in my hand, trying to process what was happening. She walked past me into the apartment before I could even respond. Started looking around, commenting on how cozy it was, asking if the couch pulled out into a bed. That's when it hit me that she was already planning where she'd sleep. I asked her what was going on, why she was here. She sat down on my couch like she owned the place and explained that her stepchildren couldn't accommodate her. That's the word she used, accommodate, like she was some guest they were being rude to. She said she'd been staying with her stepdaughter for a few weeks after the funeral, but it didn't work out. Same with the stepson. She had nowhere else to go. Then she hit me with it. I know we haven't talked, but blood is blood, right? I need to explain something about the last time I actually tried to contact her. When I was 16, maybe 17, I called her on Christmas. I'd saved up the number from an old address book my dad kept. She answered, sounded annoyed that I was calling, said she was busy with the kids, her new kids, and that it wasn't a good time. I tried again on my 18th birthday. She didn't answer. I tried one more time a few months later, and her number was disconnected. That was it. My dad never badmouthed her, but I could see what it did to him. He tried to be both parents, and mostly succeeded, but there was always this gap, you know. Now, back to my apartment. She's sitting there, suitcases by the door, talking about making up for lost time and being a family again. I asked her how long she was planning to stay. She gave me this look like I'd asked something offensive and said she didn't know yet, that we'd figure it out together. The word indefinitely hung in the air, even though she didn't say it out loud. My stomach dropped. She wasn't asking to crash for a few days. She was moving in. Just assuming I'd take her in because that's what sons do, apparently. Never mind that she hadn't been a mother to me since I was a kid. She kept talking about how hard things had been, how lonely she'd been since her husband died, how she just wanted to reconnect with her son. Every word felt like a guilt trip disguised as sentiment. I looked at her sitting on my couch, in my apartment, acting like the last 2 decades didn't happen, and something in me snapped. Mom, I don't think that's going to work. Her face changed completely. The fake warmth disappeared, and suddenly she looked shocked, then angry. She asked me if I was seriously turning away my own mother. I tried to stay calm, explained that the apartment was small, that my life was settled, that this wasn't something I could just do on a whim. She wasn't hearing it. She pivoted immediately to the guilt angle, started talking about everything she'd been through, losing her husband, being rejected by her stepchildren, having nowhere to go. I felt bad for maybe half a second before the resentment I'd been carrying for years came up like bile. I asked her where she was when I was going through things. Where was she when I graduated high school? When Dad got sick 5 years ago? When I needed a parent and had to figure everything out alone? That's when she really started crying. Full waterworks, saying I was repaying cruelty with cruelty. She brought up giving birth to me, sacrificing for years when I was young, all the things she did before she left. I pointed out that she left when I was 14 and never looked back. She got defensive, said it was complicated, that her marriage with Dad was toxic and she had to get out. Fine, I got that. But abandoning your kid, that's a choice. The thing that got me was when she said, "But I'm your mother. You can't just abandon me." The irony was so thick I almost laughed. I didn't, though. I just stood there watching her cry, feeling like the worst person alive, but also knowing I wasn't wrong. She eventually left that night, said she'd find a motel or something. I barely slept. The next morning, my phone started blowing up. My Aunt Linda, Mom's sister, called me heartless, said I should be ashamed of myself for turning away family. My cousin texted asking how I could do this to her. Then my uncle, someone I haven't spoken to in literal years, called to tell me my mother was desperate and I was being cruel. It clicked pretty fast that Mom had been calling everyone, spinning her version of events. They didn't know the full history, or if they did, they were choosing to ignore it. I was the villain in her story, the ungrateful son who slammed the door in his poor elderly mother's face. I didn't engage with most of them. What was I supposed to say? Defend myself to people who already made up their minds? That evening, I called her. I'd been thinking about it all day, feeling guilty despite everything, and I came up with a compromise. I told her I'd help her find affordable housing and cover the first few months of rent. I could swing it financially, and it felt like the right thing to do without completely destroying my boundaries. She refused immediately, said that wasn't what she needed, that she needed her son. She wanted to reconnect properly, which apparently meant living under the same roof indefinitely. She actually said I owed her this much at least. I felt the manipulation so clearly in that moment. The guilt trip, the emotional leverage, all of it. But I also felt that deep down guilt gnawing at me, the part that wondered if maybe she was right, if maybe I was being cruel. I told her I didn't owe her anything. The words came out harder than I meant them to, but they needed to be said. 2 days later, she showed up again. This time she brought Aunt Linda as backup. They cornered me right at my apartment entrance when I was getting home from work. Linda tried the reasonable approach, asking me to just let Mom stay for a few months, asking what the harm was. I looked at her and asked if Mom had told her about ignoring me for 20 years. Linda went quiet. This uncomfortable look crossed her face like she was realizing she'd been fed a very edited version of events. Mom tried to interrupt, redirect the conversation back to her current situation, but I wasn't having it. We argued in the hallway for probably 20 minutes. My neighbors were definitely listening. It got heated, voices raised, Mom crying again, Linda trying to mediate but clearly uncomfortable. Finally, I just said it. I'd made my offer. She could take it or leave it, but I wasn't letting her move in. Mom left crying, Linda following behind her, throwing back that I'd regret this someday. A week went by with complete silence from Mom. The relatives kept sending occasional guilt trip messages, but mostly it died down. I spent that entire week second-guessing myself constantly. Couldn't sleep properly. Kept replaying the confrontation in my head, wondering if I'd made a massive mistake. I ended up talking to my therapist about it. I've been seeing her for a few years now, mostly for abandonment issues if I'm being honest. She validated my boundary setting, said I did exactly what I needed to do for my mental health. It helped hearing it from someone objective, but the doubt still lingered in the back of my mind. 3 weeks after the whole incident, Aunt Linda called me again. Her voice sounded different this time, less accusatory, almost apologetic. She said she needed to tell me something about my mother. Turns out Mom had always downplayed how badly she treated me. Linda admitted she never knew the full extent of it, that Mom made it sound like we'd just drifted apart naturally, like I was the one who stopped reaching out. But that wasn't even the worst part. Linda told me this wasn't the first time Mom had tried to guilt a relative into taking her in. After her husband died, she'd tried moving in with her stepdaughter first. The stepdaughter let her stay for 2 weeks before asking her to leave. Then she tried with her stepson. Same thing. He refused after a few days. She even tried staying with an old friend who apparently kicked her out after she overstayed her welcome. I was just next on the list. Linda said Mom had been telling everyone that we were close, that I owed her, that she'd been a good mother who just made one mistake. Linda believed it because why wouldn't she? She's Mom's sister. She wanted to believe the best. I sat there processing this information for a while after we hung up. Part of me felt vindicated, like finally someone understood why I'd said no. But mostly I just felt sad. Sad that this was who my mother was, someone who burned bridges and then acted shocked when people didn't want to rebuild them. Mom hasn't reached out since that hallway confrontation. I'm guessing she moved on to the next person on her list, or maybe she actually took my offer and just didn't tell me. Some relatives still think I'm cruel. I can tell from the way they avoid me at family events. Others have gone quiet, probably realizing there was more to the story. I still wonder sometimes, late at night, if I made the right call. The guilt creeps in during those quiet moments when I'm alone with my thoughts. But mostly, honestly, I feel relief. Relief that I didn't let her back in, just to abandon me again, when something better came along. Relief that I stood my ground, even when everyone was telling me I was wrong. My phone buzzed yesterday with a message from a cousin I barely know. Apparently, Mom has been posting on Facebook about her ungrateful son who abandoned her in her time of need. She's got friends and distant relatives I've never even met messaging me now. People who don't know me or the history, just taking her word for it. Part of me wants to post the whole truth publicly, lay out everything that happened, defend myself to these strangers. But another part thinks, what's the point? She'll always be the victim in her own story. No amount of truth is going to change that. She spent 22 years rewriting history in her head, making herself the wronged party in every situation. I deleted most of the messages without responding. I'm done defending myself to people who've already decided I'm the villain. Some days I genuinely don't know if I did the right thing anymore. The guilt is still there. Probably always will be. But at least my apartment is still mine. My life is still mine. And I don't have to spend every day walking on eggshells around someone who's never really been my mother anyway. Looks like my son forgot who paid for his education until I sent the bill back to him. I'm 72, a retired teacher, and I need to tell you what happened between me and my son Marcus, who's 40, and a successful lawyer. My daughter-in-law just called me manipulative, and honestly, I'm sitting here wondering if maybe I crossed a line. But let me explain everything first. Marcus's father died when he was 15. Heart attack, completely sudden. I was teaching middle school English at the time, making just enough to keep the lights on. We had a mortgage, bills, and suddenly I was alone trying to figure out how to give my son the future his father and I had planned for him. I made a promise at my husband's funeral that Marcus would go to college no matter what, and I kept it. I worked 2 jobs for 8 years straight. Teaching during the day, tutoring in the evenings, cleaning houses on weekends when I could get the work. I did this through 4 years of undergrad, 3 years of law school, and another year while he studied for the bar exam. Every tuition payment, every dorm fee, every textbook, I covered it all. I even paid for that $3,000 bar prep course. I kept all the receipts too, filed away in boxes in my garage. Not because I was planning anything, I just always kept records. It's how I am. When Marcus passed the bar, He took me to dinner and told me I'd never have to worry about anything again. He said he was going to take care of me, the way I took care of him. I actually cried that night. Everything felt worth it. For years he called every Sunday like clockwork. We'd talk for an hour, sometimes more. But then he made partner at his firm 3 years ago, and things started changing. The calls became less frequent, monthly, then every few months, then just holidays. Last Christmas he sent a card. Didn't even visit. When I mentioned needing a new hearing aid that insurance wouldn't cover, he said he'd look into it, and never brought it up again. 6 months ago, I had a minor medical procedure. Nothing serious, just some precancerous cells removed. The medication afterward cost about $400 a month, and Medicare didn't cover it. During one of our rare phone calls, I mentioned it in passing, just talking about my life. He said that was rough and changed the subject. I wasn't asking for money, I was just talking to my son. 3 weeks later, I got a letter in the mail. Not a phone call, a letter. On his law firm's official letterhead. It was the coldest thing I've ever read. He wrote that he had carefully reviewed his household budget and could no longer continue providing financial support for my medical expenses because it was creating undue strain on his finances. He suggested I look into state assistance programs and actually included a pamphlet. I sat at my kitchen table reading that letter over and over, trying to understand what he was talking about. What financial support? He hadn't given me money in over 2 years. The last time was a $500 check for my 70th birthday that I used to fix my water heater. I called him immediately, hands shaking. His assistant answered, and when I said I was his mother and needed to speak with him, she actually asked who I was with, like I was a telemarketer. When I finally got through to Marcus, he was rushed and dismissive. He said he'd explained everything in the letter, and that he had to go because he was due in court. I hung up and just sat there. I couldn't stop thinking about those years after his father died. The night shifts I worked at a diner because tutoring wasn't enough. The winter I kept the thermostat at 62 degrees to afford his biochemistry textbook. How my feet hurt every single day for 8 years straight. The next morning I went out to the garage and pulled down those boxes. I spent the entire week going through every receipt, every invoice, every payment record. I made copies of everything and added it all up on my calculator. The total was $184,750. For context, Marcus drives a Mercedes that cost around $120,000. I know because he posted about it on Facebook last year. That post got 200 likes. My birthday post got 12, and he wasn't one of them. I didn't want repayment. I need to be clear about that. What I wanted was for him to remember who I was and what I'd done, because apparently he'd forgotten completely. So I sat down and wrote him a letter. I kept the letter simple and polite. I told him I'd received his letter about financial support, and that there seemed to be some confusion since I hadn't actually asked him for money. Then I said his letter had made me reflect on educational investments and their long-term value, so I was enclosing documentation of the investment I made in his education. I wrote out the total, $184,750, and made it very clear that I wasn't asking for repayment. These were gifts given out of love. But I wanted him to see them so he'd understand that some debts are paid forward through gratitude and respect, not backward through invoices. I ended it by saying, maybe that's something they didn't teach in law school. I paperclipped every single receipt to that letter. The stack was 2 inches thick. I mailed it certified mail because I needed to know when he got it. He signed for it on a Tuesday. I tracked the package online obsessively, refreshing the page every few hours like some kind of crazy person. Then, nothing. 6 days of complete silence. No call, no text, no email. I started second-guessing everything. My friend Barbara told me I should have just let it go, that this wasn't worth losing my son over. But she didn't understand. This wasn't about pride. This was about being erased from my own son's life like I never mattered at all. Sunday night, my phone rang. It was Marcus. I knew it would be him because Sunday used to be our day, and some part of me wondered if he remembered that. His voice sounded different, smaller. He said I didn't have to do that, and I told him no, but apparently I had to remind him. There was this long silence on the line. I could hear him breathing, maybe crying. Then he said he didn't know what to say, and I told him he could start with why he wrote me that letter in the first place. That's when everything came out. His wife Jennifer had been pressuring him about money. They'd overextended themselves badly. The house, 2 new cars, private school for both kids, a vacation home they couldn't actually afford. She'd seen my name on their bank account 2 years ago when he sent me that birthday check and demanded to know why he was still supporting me. He tried to explain it was just a gift, but she turned it into this whole thing about me being a financial drain on their family. I asked him if he threw me away just to keep peace with his wife. He was definitely crying now. He said the letter wasn't even his idea, that Jennifer had drafted it and he just signed it. He kept saying he was sorry, that he was weak and stupid. The apology should have been enough. Maybe for some mothers it would have been. But I just felt exhausted. I told him I didn't care about the money and never did. But that letter showed me exactly where I stood in his life. I wasn't worth a phone call. His own assistant didn't recognize my name. I asked him when the last time was that he'd asked how I was doing and actually waited for the answer. He promised everything would change. He swore he'd visit, that he'd call every week, that he'd fix this. I told him I'd believe it when I saw it, and hung up. 2 days later, a florist delivered this enormous flower arrangement. The card said he was sorry and that he loved me. I gave the whole thing to my neighbor because I'm allergic to lilies. Marcus would have known that if he'd paid attention any time in the last decade. Then, about a week later, Jennifer called me. She was absolutely furious. She said I had weaponized guilt and that I was trying to manipulate her husband. The receipts were cruel and unnecessary, and apparently I was jeopardizing their family's financial stability by making Marcus feel obligated to me. I told her that he sent me a letter cutting me off first. I just reminded him why that hurt. She said I was playing the martyr, that I chose to pay for his education, and that he didn't owe me anything. I said she was right. He didn't owe me money, but he owed me basic human decency, and he couldn't even manage that. She hung up on me. We haven't spoken since. Marcus did start calling more after that, twice a week now, sometimes 3 times. But the conversations feel forced, like he's checking off a box on some kind of rehabilitation plan Jennifer drew up for him. He asks how I'm doing, I tell him, and then there's this awkward silence where neither of us knows what to say. We used to talk for an hour without even noticing the time pass. Now 15 minutes feels like pulling teeth. He came to visit last month. First time in over a year that he'd actually driven out to see me. He stayed for 2 hours, but he spent most of it on his phone, typing away at emails or texts. When I asked about my grandchildren, I have 2, they're 8 and 11 now. He gave me these vague updates like he was reading from a school newsletter. Sarah's doing well in soccer. Tommy likes his new teacher. Nothing real. Nothing that told me who they actually are as people. When he left, he handed me a check for $5,000. Just held it out like that would fix everything. I waited until his car pulled out of my driveway. Then I tore it into pieces over my kitchen trash can. Jennifer hasn't spoken to me since that phone call where she called me manipulative. Marcus says she thinks I'm a toxic influence, which apparently means I don't get to see my grandchildren anymore. It's been over a year now since I've seen them. I used to take Sarah to the park and help Tommy with his reading. Now I don't even know what they look like anymore, except for the occasional photo Marcus shows me on his phone during our forced catch-up calls. Here's what I keep thinking about late at night when I can't sleep. I look at those boxes still sitting in my garage, all those receipts I spent a week organizing, and I wonder if I broke something that was already broken, or if I just finally admitted it was broken. Barbara still says I was right to stand up for myself. My other friend Diane thinks I was petty and should have taken the high road. But what even is the high road when your own child erases you? When the person you sacrificed everything for can't be bothered to remember that your name matters, that you exist as more than just an obligation or a line item in a budget. I don't regret sending those receipts. I really don't. When I think about that letter he sent me on his law firm's letterhead, treating me like some kind of financial burden he needed to officially terminate, I know I had to do something. I couldn't just let him forget. I couldn't let him pretend that his success happened in a vacuum, that he got where he is purely through his own merit, without anyone else's sacrifice. But I do wonder sometimes if reminding someone of love's price was the same as putting a price on love. I wonder if he looks at me now and just sees those receipts, sees that number, $184,750, instead of seeing his mother, who would have given 10 times that amount without thinking twice. The calls keep coming, twice a week like clockwork, but they feel like penance instead of connection. He's doing it because he feels guilty, not because he wants to. And maybe that's worse than not calling at all. At least before, I could tell myself he was just busy, that he still cared, but life got in the way. Now I know the truth. I'm a burden he's managing, a problem he's trying to solve so his wife will get off his back and he can feel like a good son again. My medication still costs $400 a month. I'm managing it on my own, cutting back on other things, sometimes skipping doses when I need to buy groceries. Marcus doesn't know this because I don't tell him. If I did, he'd probably send another check and I'd tear that one up too. I think about those 8 years a lot. The aching feet, the double shifts, the winters I froze to save money. I don't regret any of it because I did it out of love. But I'm starting to understand that love doesn't guarantee anything in return. Not respect, not gratitude, not even basic human decency. So now I'm here, sitting with my torn-up check in the trash and my son's voice on the phone twice a week, saying words that don't mean anything. I gained back something, maybe. His attention, his guilty conscience, his scheduled phone calls. But I don't know if I gained back his respect, or just lost him entirely in a different way. Never thought I'd be the villain for refusing to babysit my grown daughter's kids every weekend. I, 69, never imagined I'd be here, painted as the family villain for wanting my own life back. My daughter Sarah, 38, hasn't spoken to me in 2 weeks, and apparently I'm the one who needs to apologize. Her husband Mark keeps texting me articles about grandparents' roles in modern families, like I need a lecture on family values. But let me explain how this all started, because it didn't happen overnight. 3 years ago, Sarah came to me with what seemed like a reasonable request. She was going back to work after her second maternity leave, and daycare costs were insane. Could I watch the kids, Emma, now 6, and Josh, now 4, just 2 days a week? Of course I said yes. I'd just retired from nursing. My house felt too quiet. And honestly, I missed having little ones around. Those first few months were lovely. I'd pick them up Tuesday and Thursday mornings. We'd bake cookies, play in the yard, and I'd have them back before dinner. But 2 days became 3. Then she needed me for a half-day Friday. Then could I possibly do Monday too because the daycare had a wait list? Before I knew it, I was the full-time childcare solution. And I didn't mind. Not really. Not at first. The kids are wonderful, and I love them more than anything. But somewhere along the way, "Can you help out?" became, "You're always available, right?" The weekends were what really did me in. Every Saturday and Sunday, like clockwork, Sarah would drop them off. "Mark and I just need some couple time," she'd say, Or, "We have a wedding to go to." Or, "We're so burnt out, Mom, please." I stopped going to my book club. I missed my church's women's retreat 3 years running. My friend Carol invited me on a trip to Savannah, and I had to say no because Sarah had already claimed that weekend for a concert. I need to explain something about my life before all this. My husband died 7 years ago, and those first years were brutally lonely. I threw myself into raising my kids all over again. Sarah's kids, I mean. It felt good to be needed. But lately, I'd been feeling less like a beloved grandma and more like free labor. When I mentioned maybe cutting back to 3 days a week, Sarah actually teared up and said, "I thought you loved spending time with them." That's the guilt trip that works every time, isn't it? If you set a boundary, you must not love them enough. Last month was when everything exploded. My old nursing school friends were planning a reunion trip, a week at a beach house in North Carolina. I hadn't seen some of these women in person for over a decade. The timing was perfect. Early October, beautiful weather, and I desperately needed it. I was excited for the first time in years. I told Sarah about it on a Tuesday when she came to pick up the kids. I tried to be casual about it, like it was already decided, because if I asked permission, she'd find a way to make me feel guilty for even considering it. "So, I'm going to be away the first week of October," I said, wiping Josh's face clean of the chocolate he'd somehow gotten everywhere. "The girls are doing a beach trip, and I'm finally going to join them." Sarah froze with Emma's backpack halfway on. "What do you mean, away?" "A vacation. With my friends from nursing school." "For how long?" "Just a week." She put the backpack down. "Well, who's going to watch the kids?" That question. As if it were my responsibility to solve. As if she weren't their actual parent. "You'll need to figure something out," I said. "Maybe hire a sitter? Or ask Mark's mom?" Her face did this thing, this crumpling thing that she's done since she was a little girl when she doesn't get her way. "Mom, Mark's mom works full-time, and we can't afford a sitter for a whole week. I thought you liked watching them." "I do like it, Sarah, but I also have a life." "Since when?" The words came out sharp. "You're retired. What else are you doing?" That stung more than I expected. What else was I doing? Well, nothing, because I'd given up everything to be her on-call babysitter. I felt my jaw tighten. That's not the point. The point is I want to take this trip, and I'm going to. She grabbed Emma's hand a little too firmly. "Fine. Go on your trip. I'll figure it out like I figure out everything else." She left without saying goodbye. The next few days were silent. No texts asking me to pick up the kids, no calls, nothing. I thought maybe she was just cooling off, that she'd come around once she realized I was serious. I even felt a little hopeful. Maybe this boundary would actually stick. Then Mark called. "Hey, Mom," he said, using that overly friendly tone that meant trouble. "Sarah's really hurt, you know. She's been crying about this trip thing. I'm sorry she's upset, but I'm still going. Look, I get it. You want some you time or whatever. But this feels really sudden. You've always been there for the kids, and now suddenly you're not? Mark, I've been there for 3 years straight. I haven't had a weekend to myself since Emma was in diapers." "Right. But that's what family does. My mom would drop everything for us." "Your mom works 60 hours a week and lives 4 hours away. That's not the point. The point is, you're choosing strangers over your own grandkids. Strangers. My friends of 40+ years were strangers now. I hung up on him. I never do that, but I couldn't listen anymore. The guilt attacks ramped up after that. Sarah sent me a text with a screenshot of babysitter prices. $25 an hour with a 3-hour minimum. "This is what you're forcing us to pay," she wrote. Then another text. "Emma asked why you don't love her anymore." I didn't know what to say. That one almost broke me. I stared at my phone for an hour, my thumb hovering over the call button. I could just cancel. I could tell the girls something came up. It would be easy, but something in me hardened. I'd spent 40 years as a nurse putting everyone else first. I'd spent 7 years as a widow learning to live alone. I'd spent 3 years being the unpaid, unappreciated nanny. When was it my turn? 2 days before the trip, Sarah showed up at my house unannounced. She had both kids with her, and they ran to hug me like always. Emma wrapped her little arms around my legs, and Josh showed me a drawing he'd made, a house with stick figures, one labeled Grandma. "Can we talk?" Sarah asked, her voice tight. I let her in. The kids went to play with the toy box I keep in the living room, while Sarah and I sat at the kitchen table. "Mom, I need you to reconsider this trip." "Sarah, no, just listen. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I think you're going through something. Maybe grief about Dad, or maybe just, I don't know, some kind of crisis. But pushing away your family isn't the answer. I'm not pushing anyone away. I'm taking one vacation. One vacation that ruins everything for us. Do you know how hard it's been, trying to find someone to watch them? Do you know the stress you're putting on our marriage? Your childcare is not my responsibility." She flinched like I'd slapped her. "Wow, so that's what we are to you? A responsibility?" "That's not what I meant. No, I think it is. I think you've been doing this out of obligation, not love. And now that you don't have to anymore, you're just done with us." The unfairness of it made me want to scream. I'd given up everything, and somehow I was the villain. "I love those kids more than anything," I said quietly. "But I also deserve a life. I'm not your live-in nanny, Sarah. I never asked you to be. You offered. I offered to help, not to give up my entire existence." She stood up abruptly. "You know what? Go on your trip. Have a great time. But don't expect things to be the same when you get back." She called the kids, packed them up, and left. Emma waved sadly at me from the car window. I went on the trip anyway. I turned my phone off at the airport and didn't turn it back on for 7 days. The beach was exactly what I needed. Salty air, long walks, late-night conversations with women who'd known me before I was anyone's mother or grandmother. We talked about our careers, our losses, our dreams for whatever time we had left. Nobody needed me to babysit or sacrifice or explain myself. For 1 week, I was just me. But I knew I'd have to face reality eventually. When I landed back home and turned on my phone, there were 43 texts. Most from Sarah, a few from Mark, several from my son who lives out of state, asking what the hell was going on. I didn't read them all. I couldn't. The first one from Sarah said, "I hope you're happy. The kids are devastated." The last one said, "Don't bother coming around anymore. You've made your priorities clear." I drove home in silence, my stomach in knots. The house felt different when I walked in. Not peaceful, just empty. I kept expecting to hear little feet running toward me. Emma yelling, "Grandma's home!" But there was nothing. 3 days passed. I texted Sarah, "Can we please talk about this?" No response. I texted again. I miss the kids. Can I see them? She replied an hour later. They're confused about why you abandoned them. I think it's better if you stay away until you figure out what you want. Abandoned them. As if taking one vacation in 3 years was abandonment. I called my son Daniel. He lives in Oregon with his wife and teenage kids, too far to be caught up in the day-to-day drama. "Mom, I'm not taking sides," he said carefully, "but Sarah feels like you pulled the rug out from under her." I gave her 3 years, Daniel. 3 years of every weekend, every holiday. I know, and maybe she took advantage. But you also never said no before, so she probably thought you were fine with it. I was fine with it until I wasn't. Did you ever tell her you weren't fine? Or did you just suddenly drop a bomb about this trip? That hit different. Had I? Had I really communicated how exhausted I was, how suffocated I felt? Or had I just smiled and said, "Of course, honey," until I couldn't anymore? "I shouldn't have to beg for basic respect," I said. "You're right, you shouldn't. But she's hurt, and you're hurt, and neither of you is talking to each other." I tried. I sent a long text explaining everything. How much I loved the kids, how grateful I was to be part of their lives, but how I also needed balance. I asked if we could set up a schedule that worked for everyone, something sustainable. Sarah's response came 2 days later. "You've driven a wedge in this family, and I don't know if we can fix it. The kids asked about you yesterday, and I had to tell them Grandma wanted a break from them. Do you know how that felt?" She'd told them I wanted a break from them. Not that Grandma was on vacation. Not that Grandma would be back soon. That I wanted a break from them specifically. I called her. She didn't answer. I called again. Nothing. It's been 2 weeks now. I've seen pictures on Facebook of the kids at Mark's mother's house. Apparently she took time off work to help out. The caption said, "So grateful for grandparents who show up." I'm not tagged. My book club welcomed me back last Thursday. They'd missed me, they said. "We're planning a trip to see some historic gardens in the spring," and this time I said yes without hesitating. Carol hugged me and said, "It's good to have you back." But every night, I look at the toy box in my living room and feel the silence pressing in. I miss Emma's laugh. I miss Josh's sticky hugs. I miss being needed, even if it was too much. Part of me wonders if I should apologize, just to fix things. Show up at Sarah's door with cookies and a promise to go back to how things were. It would be easier than this Cold War. But another part of me, the part that felt alive again on that beach, laughing with my friends, knows I can't go back. Not to being invisible. Not to having no life of my own. Sarah texted this morning, "The kids made you cards, but I'm not sure if you even want them." Of course I want them. I want my grandchildren. I want my daughter. But I also want to be seen as a person, not just a convenience. So here I am, stuck in this impossible position. My daughter says I've abandoned my family responsibilities. I say I finally stood up for myself after decades of putting everyone else first. The kids are caught in the middle, probably confused about why Grandma disappeared. And I'm sitting in my quiet house wondering if doing the right thing for myself makes me the villain after all. Was I truly wrong for putting myself first? Or was I wrong for waiting so long to do it? The next few days were silent. No texts asking me to pick up the kids. No calls. Nothing. I thought maybe she was just cooling off, that she'd come around once she realized I was serious. I even felt a little hopeful. Maybe this boundary would actually stick. Then Mark called. He used that overly friendly tone that meant trouble. He told me Sarah had been crying about the trip thing, that this all felt really sudden. I reminded him I'd been doing this for 3 years straight without a single weekend to myself. He said that's what family does, that his mom would drop everything for them. I pointed out his mom works 60 hours a week and lives 4 hours away. He said that wasn't the point, that I was choosing strangers over my own grandkids. Strangers. My friends of 40-plus years were strangers now. I hung up on him. I never do that, but I couldn't listen anymore. The guilt attacks ramped up after that. Sarah sent me a screenshot of babysitter prices, $25 an hour with a 3-hour minimum. The text said, this is what I was forcing them to pay. Then another message came through saying Emma had asked why I didn't love her anymore, and Sarah didn't know what to tell her. That one almost broke me. I stared at my phone for an hour with my thumb hovering over the call button. I could just cancel. I could tell the girls something came up. It would be easier than this war I'd started. But something in me hardened. I'd spent 40 years as a nurse, putting everyone else first. I'd spent 7 years as a widow learning to live alone. I'd spent 3 years being the unpaid, unappreciated nanny. When was it my turn? 2 days before the trip, Sarah showed up at my house unannounced. She had both kids with her, and they ran to hug me like always. Emma wrapped her little arms around my legs, and Josh showed me a drawing he'd made, a house with stick figures, one labeled Grandma. My heart hurt looking at it. Sarah asked if we could talk. I let her in, and the kids went to play with the toy box in my living room while we sat at the kitchen table. She told me she needed me to reconsider the trip. I started to protest, but she cut me off and said she'd been thinking about this a lot. She thought I was going through something, maybe grief about my husband, maybe some kind of crisis. But pushing away my family wasn't the answer. I told her I wasn't pushing anyone away. I was taking one vacation. She said one vacation that ruins everything for them. Did I know how hard it had been trying to find someone to watch the kids? Did I know the stress I was putting on their marriage? I said it flat out then. Their childcare was not my responsibility. She flinched like I'd slapped her. She asked if that's what they were to me now, just a responsibility. I tried to backtrack, but she kept going. She said she thought I'd been doing this out of obligation, not love. And now that I didn't have to anymore, I was just done with them. The unfairness of it made me want to scream. I'd given up everything, and somehow I was the villain. I told her quietly that I loved those kids more than anything, but I also deserved a life. I wasn't her live-in nanny. She shot back that she never asked me to be one, that I'd offered. I said I offered to help, not to give up my entire existence. She stood up fast and said, "Fine, go on the trip. Have a great time, but I shouldn't expect things to be the same when I got back." She called the kids over, packed them up, and left. Emma waved at me sadly from the car window, and I felt something crack in my chest. I went on the trip anyway. I turned my phone off at the airport and didn't turn it back on for 7 days. Part of me felt guilty the whole time, but another part felt free in a way I hadn't in years. I walked on the beach, stayed up late talking with my friends, slept in without anyone needing me. For 1 week, I was just myself again, not someone's mother or grandmother or free babysitting service. But I knew reality was waiting for me back home, and it wasn't going to be pretty. The beach was exactly what I needed. Salty air, long walks, late-night conversations with women who'd known me before I was anyone's mother or grandmother. We talked about our careers, our losses, our dreams for whatever time we had left. Nobody needed me to babysit or sacrifice or explain myself. For 1 week, I was just me. But I knew I'd have to face reality eventually. When I landed back home and turned on my phone, there were 43 texts. Most from Sarah, a few from Mark, several from my son Daniel, who lives out of state, asking what the hell was going on. I didn't read them all. I couldn't. The first one from Sarah said she hoped I was happy because the kids were devastated. The last one said not to bother coming around anymore because I'd made my priorities clear. I drove home in silence with my stomach in knots. The house felt different when I walked in, not peaceful, just empty. I kept expecting to hear little feet running toward me, Emma yelling that Grandma was home, but there was nothing. 3 days passed before I worked up the nerve to reach out. I texted Sarah, asking if we could please talk about this. No response. I texted again saying I missed the kids and asking if I could see them. She replied an hour later, saying they were confused about why I abandoned them, and she thought it was better if I stayed away until I figured out what I wanted. Abandoned them. As if taking one vacation in 3 years was abandonment. I called Daniel, hoping he'd have some perspective on this mess. He said carefully that he wasn't taking sides, but Sarah felt like I'd pulled the rug out from under her. I reminded him I'd given her 3 years of every weekend and every holiday. He said he knew, and maybe she took advantage, but I'd also never said no before, so she probably thought I was fine with it. That hit different. Had I really communicated how exhausted I was, how suffocated I felt? Or had I just smiled and said, "Of course, honey," until I couldn't anymore? I told him I shouldn't have to beg for basic respect. He agreed, but said both Sarah and I were hurt, and neither of us was talking to each other. I tried after that call. I sent a long text explaining everything. How much I loved the kids, how grateful I was to be part of their lives, but how I also needed balance. I asked if we could set up a schedule that worked for everyone, something sustainable. Sarah's response came 2 days later. She said I'd driven a wedge in the family, and she didn't know if we could fix it. The kids had asked about me, and she had to tell them Grandma wanted a break from them. Did I know how that felt? She'd told them I wanted a break from them. Not that Grandma was on vacation. Not that Grandma would be back soon. That I wanted a break from them specifically. I called her twice. She didn't answer either time. It's been 2 weeks now. I've seen pictures on Facebook of the kids at Mark's mother's house. Apparently, she took time off work to help out. The caption said something about being grateful for grandparents who show up. I'm not tagged. My book club welcomed me back last Thursday. They said they'd missed me. We're planning a trip to see some historic gardens in the spring, and this time I said yes without hesitating. Carol hugged me and said it was good to have me back. But every night I look at the toy box in my living room and feel the silence pressing in. I miss Emma's laugh. I miss Josh's sticky hugs. I miss being needed, even if it was too much. Part of me wonders if I should apologize just to fix things. Show up at Sarah's door with cookies and a promise to go back to how things were. It would be easier than this Cold War. But another part of me, the part that felt alive again on that beach, laughing with my friends, knows I can't go back. Not to being invisible. Not to having no life of my own. Sarah texted this morning. She said the kids made me cards, but she wasn't sure if I even wanted them. Of course I want them. I want my grandchildren. I want my daughter. But I also want to be seen as a person, not just a convenience. So here I am, stuck in this impossible position. My daughter says I've abandoned my family responsibilities. I say I finally stood up for myself after decades of putting everyone else first. The kids are caught in the middle, probably confused about why Grandma disappeared. And I'm sitting in my quiet house, wondering if doing the right thing for myself makes me the villain after all. So I let my daughter learn the hard way, who her perfect fiancé really was. I'm 68, a retired nurse who's been living alone in a small town for the past 5 years since my husband passed. My daughter Emma, 32, is a registered nurse at the county hospital, and about 6 months ago, She got engaged to a man who set off every alarm bell I had from the moment I met him. Derek is 35 and claims to be some kind of business consultant, though I've never been entirely clear on what that means. The first time Emma brought him to my house for Sunday dinner, he walked through my living room like he was doing a property assessment. He complimented the original hardwood floors, asked about when the house was built, mentioned how lucky I was to have bought real estate in this area before prices went crazy. Then we went out to eat afterward, and he ordered a $50 bottle of wine. When the check came, he did this whole performance of patting down his jacket pockets and announcing he must have left his wallet in his other pants. Emma pulled out her credit card without hesitation. I didn't say anything that night. I figured maybe I was being judgmental. Maybe he really did forget his wallet. But then it happened again the next time we met up. And the time after that. Every single time we went anywhere, Derek's wallet was mysteriously absent and Emma was paying for everything. Then, about 3 months into their relationship, he asked Emma to co-sign on a business loan. Said his credit was temporarily affected by some mix-up with his accountant, and he just needed her signature to get things moving. I tried to talk to her about it privately, suggested maybe she should think it over, get some details about this business of his. She shut me down immediately, told me I was being overprotective and that I needed to stop treating her like a child. She's 32 years old, she said, and perfectly capable of making her own decisions. So, I backed off. What else could I do? She's a grown woman, and she'd made it clear my opinion wasn't welcome. But I kept watching, and the more I watched, the worse it got. He convinced her to put her name on his business documents for his LLC filing, said it was just for convenience. He borrowed her car constantly because his was always in the shop. He started talking about their future in a way that always seemed to circle back to money and security and my house. Emma changed during those months. My smart, independent daughter, who'd put herself through nursing school, started making excuses for him. When I pointed out he never seemed to pay for anything, she said he was going through a rough patch and that's what partners do. When I asked about the business loan, she got defensive and said I wouldn't understand because I'd never run a business. I watched her turn into someone I didn't recognize, someone who couldn't see what was right in front of her face. Then, one Tuesday morning, I was at Rosie's Cafe getting my usual coffee. I go there every week, same time, same table by the window. I was waiting for my order when I heard Derek's voice coming from the booth directly behind me. I started to turn around to say hello, but then I actually heard what he was saying. He was talking to some guy I didn't recognize, and he said, "I'm telling you, man, I hit the jackpot with this one. Nurse with a steady paycheck, and her mom owns that big Victorian on Maple Street outright. No mortgage. Once we're married, I just need to convince the old lady to let us move in, maybe get myself on some paperwork, and I'm set." The mom's what, 68? 70? How much longer is she really going to be around anyway? The other guy laughed. They clinked their glasses together like they were celebrating. I sat there frozen. My coffee came and I didn't touch it. I just stared at the wall while my hands shook and this wave of cold rage washed over me. This wasn't paranoia or a mother being overprotective. This was real. This man was actively planning to use my daughter to get to my house, my money, everything I'd worked for. And I knew, sitting in that cafe, that telling Emma what I'd overheard wouldn't change anything. She was too far gone. She'd say I misunderstood, or took it out of context, or was looking for reasons to hate him. I'd already tried warning her in gentler ways, and she'd accused me of being controlling. No, if Emma was going to see Derek for who he really was, I was going to have to show her. And I was going to need to be smart about it. That same afternoon, I called my lawyer, Martin. He's been handling my legal stuff for 20 years, so when I told him I wanted to update my will, he didn't ask questions. The truth is, Emma was already my primary beneficiary, but Derek didn't know that. Martin understood what I was doing the second I explained it, and he was more than happy to help me set the stage. 2 days later, Emma and Derek came over for dinner, like they did most Thursdays. I made pot roast, nothing fancy. And while Emma was setting the table, I made sure to take Martin's call in my study, with the door wide open. I spoke loud enough that my voice carried into the living room where Derek was supposedly watching TV. I said things like, "Yes, I want everything to go to Emma," and the house, the savings, the investment accounts, all of it. I saw Derek's head turn toward my study. He was absolutely listening, pretending to be focused on whatever show was on, but clearly tuned in to every word I said. The change in him was almost immediate. Within a week, he started showing up at my house more often, always with some excuse. He'd bring groceries I didn't ask for, offer to mow my lawn even though I have a lawn service, mention how worried he was about me living alone at my age. He started every conversation with Emma by saying things like, "Your mom really shouldn't be doing this by herself," or, "What if something happens and nobody's there?" Then came his master plan. He suggested that he and Emma should move in with me. He sat in my kitchen and looked at me with this practiced expression of concern and said it would be so much easier if they were here to take care of me. That I'd done so much for Emma over the years, and now it was their turn to do something for me. He actually called me Mrs. Patterson in this syrupy voice that made my skin crawl. I had to leave the room because I was about to laugh in his face. The act was so obvious, so transparent, but Emma was buying every word of it. When I came back, she was looking at me with this hopeful expression, saying, "See, Mom, he's not what you thought. He really does care about family." I told them I'd think about it, and Derek ramped everything up after that. He started coming by almost daily with things I didn't need. He fixed a loose cabinet door that had been loose for 2 years, and suddenly it was urgent. He talked constantly about how we were going to be family soon anyway, so why not start now? But every time I tried to hint to Emma that something was off about his sudden interest in my well-being, she got defensive. When I mentioned he seemed very focused on my financial situation, she actually got angry with me. Said I was being cynical, and that not everyone had ulterior motives. That maybe he just wanted to build a relationship with me before the wedding. I realized I needed to push this further, so I went back to Martin and had him draft a fake will. This one left everything to charity. The Humane Society got the house. The Children's Hospital got my savings. The Literacy Foundation got my investment accounts. Emma would get some personal items and family photos, but that was it. I left this fake document in my study drawer, the one that doesn't quite close all the way, where anyone snooping would find it. Derek found it within 3 days. I came home early from a doctor's appointment and caught him in my study with the drawer open. He jumped when I walked in and gave me some excuse about looking for a pen, even though there's a cup full of pens on my desk in plain view. Everything changed after that. He stopped coming around, started picking fights with Emma about me, calling me controlling and manipulative. Said I was holding money over her head and using my will to keep her under my thumb. Emma was confused and hurt, but she still defended him, still made excuses. I thought I was going to have to come up with another plan, some other way to make her see the truth. But then my own body ended up doing the work for me, just not in any way I could have predicted. My pharmacy made a mistake with my heart medication, filled the prescription at double the strength I was supposed to take. I picked up the pills on a Friday, and 3 days later I collapsed in my kitchen. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in the ICU with Emma sobbing next to my bed, and everything had fallen apart. Except, I wasn't really awake at first. I was conscious enough to hear what was happening around me, but I couldn't move or open my eyes or respond. The doctors were telling Emma it was touch and go, that the medication error had done serious damage, and the next 48 hours were critical. I heard her call Derek, heard her crying so hard she could barely get the words out, begging him to come to the hospital. He never showed up. When I finally came around fully 2 days later, Emma was passed out in the chair next to my bed. She looked awful, like she hadn't slept or eaten since I'd been admitted. The second she realized I was awake, she started crying again. But this time it was different. This wasn't relief. This was something broken. It took her a while to get the story out between sobs. The day after I was admitted, when the doctors were saying I might not make it through the night, Derek told her he needed access to their joint savings account for emergency business expenses. Emma was so destroyed about potentially losing me that she just gave him the login information without thinking twice about it. He took everything. $38,000. Every penny she'd saved from years of working as a nurse, including the money her father had left her when he died. Then Derek vanished. His phone was disconnected. When Emma went to his apartment after leaving the hospital, the landlord said he'd cleared out in the middle of the night. No forwarding address, no explanation, just gone, along with all her money. She kept saying she was sorry, over and over, crying into my hospital blanket. Said she should have listened to me, that I'd known all along what he was and she'd called me overprotective and controlling, that I'd just been trying to protect her, and she'd thrown it back in my face. I held her and didn't say any of the things I could have said. Didn't say I told you so. Didn't mention the fake will or the conversation I'd overheard at the cafe, or any of the planning I'd done. What would be the point? She'd learned the truth, and yeah, she'd learned it in the worst possible way. But at least she'd learned it. If I'd confronted her that day at Rosie's, if I'd told her what Derek had said about me and my house, she would have defended him. She would have married him anyway, and I probably would have lost her on top of everything else. The police took a report but told us cases like this rarely go anywhere. Derek had been smart about it, smart enough not to leave a trail they could follow. Emma's been beating herself up every single day since. I've watched my confident, capable daughter turn into someone who second-guesses everything, who sees threats everywhere, who can't trust her own judgment anymore. She moved in with me after I got released from the hospital. Not because I actually need someone to take care of me, but because she said she couldn't stand being alone with her thoughts. We don't talk about Derek much. His name leaves this bitter taste that neither of us wants to deal with. Martin called me last week asking if I wanted to finalize the real will now that, as he put it, all that unpleasantness was over. I told him I'd get back to him. Here's the thing I haven't told Emma. The thing I'll probably never tell her. I knew my pharmacy had filled that prescription wrong. I'm a retired nurse. I spent 40 years checking medications and dosages. The second I picked up those pills, I looked at them and saw they were double the strength they should have been. I could have called the pharmacy right then and had them corrected. It would have taken one phone call. But some part of me, some dark, calculating part, saw an opportunity. A way to force Derek's hand and show Emma exactly who he was. I didn't plan on ending up in the ICU. That part was real and dangerous and, honestly, pretty stupid on my part. But I made the choice to take those pills knowing something was wrong with them. And because of that choice, Emma lost everything she'd saved and whatever faith she had left in people. She looks at me now like I'm fragile, like I might break any second. And I know I did that to her as much as Derek did. She's safe from him now. She won't lose her house or end up tied to his debts or spend years of her life with someone who only saw her as a paycheck. I saved her from all of that. But I also took something from her that she's never getting back. And some nights, I wake up wondering if I'm really any better than he was. Just another person manipulating her to get what I wanted, even if what I wanted was to protect her. Was I cruel for letting her learn the truth this way instead of warning her outright, even knowing she wouldn't have listened? Strange how my family finally noticed me. When the farm started making money again, I'm a 67-year-old widow, and I've been living on this family farm, the same one my late husband and I nearly lost years ago, completely alone for the past 5 years. Well, alone except for the memories and the work that never really stops, even when you're by yourself. When my husband died, I thought my children would rally around me. Instead, my eldest son James, my daughter Sarah, and my youngest Marcus all had the same solution: sell the farm and move somewhere practical. My sister Patricia jumped on that bandwagon too, calling me every other week to talk about retirement communities and how I was too old to be working land. They made it sound so reasonable, so sensible. But this farm was everything my husband and I built together. I couldn't just let it go. I told them no. That's when everything changed. The visits stopped first. Then the phone calls became shorter, colder. James started saying I was being stubborn. Sarah said I was stuck in the past. Marcus told his kids I was too busy with the farm to see them, which wasn't true. I would have driven the 3 hours to see them any day if he'd let me. Patricia stopped calling altogether after I refused to discuss selling for the 10th time. Holidays came and went. I set the table for one. They didn't see the struggle because they chose not to. I was renting equipment I couldn't afford, planting what little I could manage with my aging body and limited funds. Some months I had to choose between fixing the irrigation system or buying groceries. I chose the farm every time, which meant some nights I went to bed with just crackers and tea in my stomach. I lost weight I couldn't afford to lose. The farmhouse started falling apart. Roof leaked, porch boards rotted, paint peeled. But I kept going. My husband and I had poured 40 years into this land. I wasn't about to let our legacy die just because it was hard. Even when James called me crazy for clinging to dirt. Even when Sarah stopped returning my calls. Even when I spent Christmas alone for the 3rd year in a row. Then 2 years ago, everything shifted. A local company started partnering with small farmers for organic produce exports. They were paying fair prices, real prices, not the scraps the big distributors had been offering. I was hesitant. I'd been burned before, trusted people who took advantage. But this felt different. It was also my last real chance to make something work. I signed the contract. Within 8 months, I went from counting pennies for groceries to depositing checks I had to read twice to believe they were real. The farm that had been barely breathing suddenly had a pulse again. I fixed the roof first, the one my husband always meant to repair but never got to. Then the porch. Then I bought 2 new tractors and modern irrigation equipment. I even hired help, 3 full-time farmhands from struggling local families who understood what it meant to fight for something. The local newspaper did a feature on the farm's turnaround. That's when James showed up. He came unannounced on a Saturday morning, pulling up in his nice car with his wife and kids. Said he just wanted to check on me, see how I was doing. The timing wasn't lost on me. This was 6 months after the newspaper article, after word had gotten around that the farm was actually making money now. He stood in my renovated kitchen, the same one he'd called a money pit 3 years earlier when I asked if he could help me fix the cabinets, and told me he wanted to talk about family legacy. I made coffee. We sat at the table, and he started talking about how he'd been thinking a lot about the farm lately, about preserving what his father built, about wanting his kids to experience farm life. His kids, who he'd kept away from me for years. His kids who barely knew I existed. That's when I knew what was coming. They were all coming back, but not for me. James wasn't the only one who suddenly remembered I existed. Within a month of his visit, Sarah started calling weekly. Not to ask how I was doing, to ask about the family business and whether I'd thought about expansion opportunities. Marcus, who hadn't spoken to me in 4 years, showed up with a folder full of investment advice and ideas for maximizing profit margins. They all became very interested in my financial decisions. Patricia took a different approach. She started dropping by unannounced, bringing pie and old photo albums, talking about the good old days. Then she'd slip in comments about family helping family, about how she'd always supported me. One afternoon she reminded me that she'd loaned me $200 back in 2015, when the tractor broke down. Never mind that I'd paid her back within a month, or that she'd spent the next 2 years telling me to sell. She suggested, very casually, that maybe she should be added to the deed since we were in this together. The contrast was almost funny. Where were they when I was eating canned soup for weeks straight? When I called James because the tractor broke down, and he told me that's exactly why I should sell. When I asked Sarah to visit for my birthday and got a voicemail excuse. When Marcus told his kids that Grandma was too busy with her farm to see them, making me the villain in their eyes. I remember Patricia at my husband's funeral, pulling me aside while I was still numb with grief, saying at least now I could be practical and move on. Like his death was some kind of opportunity. Like our life's work was just an inconvenience to wrap up. But here they all were now, suddenly full of family sentiment and reconnection. James started bringing his kids every other weekend, taking photos by the new tractors, posting them online with captions about family traditions and rural values. The same kids he'd kept away from me for years were now props for his narrative about being a devoted son who valued his roots. Sarah's approach was gentler, but just as calculating. She told me we should have supported you, Mom, and that she wanted to make it right. Said we could be partners, that she'd always believed in the farm, deep down. I almost laughed. Deep down where exactly? So deep I never saw evidence of it during the 5 years I struggled alone. Things came to a head when James found the trust documents I'd been working on with my lawyer. I'd left them on the kitchen counter. Maybe part of me wanted him to see them, to understand what was coming. He called a family meeting, actually demanded one, said we needed to discuss the farm's future as a family. They all showed up, all of them sitting around my kitchen table for the first time in years, but not for a holiday or a celebration, for money, for what they thought was theirs. James led the charge, started talking about inheritance, about how the farm should stay in the family, about property rights and what Dad would have wanted. Patricia brought up sacrifices she'd made, conveniently forgetting that her biggest sacrifice was the time she spent trying to convince me to give up. Sarah played the emotion card, talking about memories and legacy, and how hurt she was that I'd consider leaving them out. Marcus just kept talking about the financial irresponsibility of my plans, like I was a child who didn't understand money. This from the man who ignored me for 4 years. I let them talk, let them make their case. Then I told them the truth. The farm was going into a trust for my farmhands' families and local agricultural education. The people who stood by me, who brought me groceries when I couldn't afford them, who fixed my fence without asking for payment, who checked on me during storms. The people who didn't wait for a profit margin to decide I was worth their time. James exploded, called me spiteful, said I was punishing them for not agreeing with my decisions. Patricia actually cried, asking how I could do this after everything family meant. But Sarah's quiet disappointment cut the deepest. She just looked at me and said she thought I was better than this. I stayed calm, told them I wasn't being spiteful, I was being consistent, that these families earned this by being there when it mattered. They left. James slammed the door hard enough that I had to check if the frame cracked. Patricia hasn't called since. Sarah sent one text, telling me she hoped I enjoyed my farm, and my strangers more than my own family. Marcus just posted something vague on social media about ungrateful parents. The whole extended family heard their version of events. I'm the villain now, in everyone's story. The bitter old woman who chose outsiders over her own blood. Weeks passed, then months. The phone stopped ringing with their voices. No more surprise visits. No more awkward conversations about family legacy. The silence settled in. But this time it felt different. The first silence, when I refused to sell, was loneliness. This silence is peace. I kept my routine. Work starts early on a farm. Doesn't matter if your family's speaking to you or not. I'd have coffee with Maria and Tom, my farmhands, discussing what needed planting or harvesting. I watched their kids grow up on this land. Maria's daughter learned to drive the tractor last spring. She's got a steadier hand than I ever did. Tom's son got into agricultural college with a scholarship from the trust I set up. These moments mattered more than I expected them to. But I'd be lying if I said I never doubted myself. Late at night, when the farmhouse creaks and settles, I wonder if I was too harsh. I see photos of James's kids on social media sometimes. They're growing up without me, and that's a loss I feel in my chest. Sarah sent me a birthday card last month. Just her signature, no message. I held that card for an hour. Almost called her. Almost. There's my husband's photo on the mantel, the one from our wedding day. Sometimes I talk to him, ask what he'd think of all this. Would he say I did right? Or would he tell me I let my hurt turn into something uglier? Because my kids aren't entirely wrong. I am keeping them from what they see as their inheritance. The farm they grew up on, the land their father worked. In their minds, it belongs to them by right of blood. But they didn't inherit the hunger. They didn't inherit the fear that kept me up at night, wondering if I'd lose everything. They didn't inherit those nights I cried alone, too proud to beg them for help they wouldn't have given anyway. Maria brought me groceries that winter when I couldn't afford them. Didn't ask, didn't make a thing of it, just left them on my porch. Tom fixed my fence in the middle of a rainstorm because he knew the cattle would get out otherwise. His wife sat with me in the hospital when I had pneumonia, even though we'd only known each other a few months. That meant something. That meant everything. The trust got finalized last week. Legally binding, can't be contested. My lawyer made sure of that. The farm will support farming families for generations after I'm gone. Kids like Tom's son will get chances they wouldn't have had otherwise. That's my legacy now. Not blood, but soil and opportunity. I sit on the porch most evenings now. My husband built this porch 40 years ago, and I finally got it restored properly. I watched the sun set over fields that almost weren't mine, over land I nearly lost to grief and poverty and pressure. The farm is quiet this time of day, peaceful. They say I chose strangers over family, but the people I chose were the ones who stayed when staying was hard, not the ones who showed up when showing up was profitable. I followed my conscience. I protected what I built. Maybe that's the same as being unforgiving. Maybe I let my hurt calcify into something harder than it needed to be. I guess I'll never know for sure. My phone buzzed this morning. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, probably spam, or another cousin calling to tell me what a disappointment I am. But something made me look. It was a text from Marcus's daughter. She's 16 now. I haven't seen her since she was 10, haven't been allowed to see her. The message was short. Grandma, can we talk? Dad won't let me visit, but I've been reading about what you did with the farm. I want to study agriculture. Can you help me? I've been staring at those words for hours now. My hand trembled so badly when I first read them that I almost dropped the phone. She wants to study agriculture. She's been reading about the farm, about what I've done. Despite everything Marcus told her, despite years of separation, she reached out. I don't know what to say back. Don't know if helping her means betraying the boundary I set, or finally getting something back that I thought was lost forever. Don't know if Marcus will try to stop her, or if this will blow up into another family war. The cursor blinks on my screen, waiting for an answer I don't have yet. They mocked my pointless hobby for years, until it became the only thing that saved them. I'm 71 years old, and I live in a small coastal town in Maine. I've got 2 kids, my daughter Sarah, who's 45, and my son Mark, who's 42. Between them, I have 4 grandkids, ages 8 to 19. After I retired about 12 years ago, I started spending most of my time doing woodworking. I build furniture, carve little figurines, fix up old boats that people bring me from the marina. It's what keeps me busy, and honestly, it's what I love doing. My family never understood it, though. Every time they'd come visit, someone would make a comment about my workshop. Mark would walk past it and say something like how I was still playing with my toys. Sarah would laugh and mention how nice it must be to have all this free time to waste. The grandkids were even worse about it. They'd ask me why I didn't just buy stuff from IKEA like everyone else does. I tried to laugh it off, but after a while it started getting to me. I used to offer to make things for them all the time. When my grandson Tommy started middle school, I told Sarah I'd build him a really nice desk for his room. She turned me down and said they were just going to get him one of those modern gaming setups instead. A few years back, I spent 2 months building this beautiful dining table for Mark as a housewarming gift when he bought his new place. He thanked me, and then stuck it in his basement. Next time I visited, he had some glass table he bought instead because apparently it fit his aesthetic better. At family dinners, they'd joke about how I was living like it was 1950 and wasting my retirement on stuff nobody wanted anymore. I'd laugh along because what else are you supposed to do? But it stung every single time. Eventually, I just stopped offering. I kept working on my own projects and fixing up my house bit by bit. I built new shutters and installed them myself. Got an old generator working from spare parts I'd collected. Completely redid my roof to make it more weather-resistant. Started canning food from my garden and stocking up my pantry. It gave me something to do with my time and kept my mind active. I didn't do it for them anymore, I did it for myself. Then last October, everything changed. Hurricane Iris was headed our way and the weather reports had been talking about it for days. Nobody really took it seriously, though. We get storms out here all the time, it's just part of living on the coast. But this one ended up being completely different. It came in way faster than anyone expected, and it hit us hard. The power went out across the entire town within just a few hours. Roads flooded and trees came down, blocking everything. The grocery store closed, the hardware store closed, everything shut down. By the second day, most people in town were in serious trouble. My phone rang around 6 p.m. that night. It was Sarah, and I could tell right away she was crying. She told me their house had flooded. Their sump pump had failed and the basement filled up with water, then it started coming through the first floor. They had no power, no heat, and nowhere to go. The kids were terrified. Mark called me about an hour after that. Part of his roof had blown off and rain was pouring into his house. Both of them needed help and they needed it now. I told them to pack up whatever they could carry and get over to my place as fast as possible. When Sarah and her family showed up, they were completely soaked and shaking. Her husband kept trying to apologize for imposing on me, but I just told them to get inside. Mark arrived maybe an hour later with his wife and his 2 kids. They all just stood there in my living room, looking around like they'd never actually seen my house before. My place was completely fine. It was warm and dry, and the lights were on because of the generator. I had dinner cooking on my gas stove, which I'd also installed myself years ago as a backup system. The shutters I'd built were holding up perfectly against the wind. There were no leaks, no drafts, nothing wrong at all. Sarah looked around confused and asked me how my power was even on. I pointed toward my workshop and told her it was the generator, the one I'd built mostly from spare parts over the years. Mark walked over to one of my windows and knocked on the shutters. He said they felt really solid. I told him I'd made them myself 3 years ago, out of oak. That first night, nobody said much of anything. The kids were exhausted and scared, so I got them set up in the guest rooms with extra blankets. We ate beef stew that I'd canned last spring, using vegetables from my garden. Everyone was quiet during dinner. I think they were still processing everything that had happened and trying to wrap their heads around the fact that my house was the only safe place they had. The next morning, the storm was still going strong. Power was still out everywhere in town except my place. I kept myself busy doing what I always do, checking on the generator, making small repairs around the house, making sure everything stayed secure. My family mostly just sat around and watched me work. Sarah eventually started helping me cook breakfast, using stuff from my pantry. Mark asked where all the canned food came from. I told him I made it myself. He looked genuinely surprised and asked how long I'd been doing that. I said years. He didn't say anything else after that. By the third day, the storm finally passed, but the town was absolutely wrecked. We went outside to look around, and there were trees down everywhere. Power lines were snapped and hanging loose. I walked over to check on my neighbors, and their houses had real damage. Broken windows, siding torn off, flooding in their basements. My house didn't have a single scratch on it. Everything I'd built and reinforced over the years had held up exactly like it was supposed to. That afternoon, Tommy came into my workshop. He'd never really spent time in there before. He used to say it smelled like sawdust and old people. But now he was looking around at all my tools and the projects I had going, and the old boat I was restoring in the corner. He asked me quietly if I could teach him how to make something. I looked at him for a second, because this was the first time he'd ever shown any real interest. I asked him what he wanted to make, and he said he didn't know, just something useful. We spent the next few hours working on a simple toolbox together. I showed him how to measure properly, how to make clean cuts, how to sand everything down smooth. He was actually pretty good at it once he got the hang of things. When we finished, he held up the toolbox and smiled. I could see he was genuinely proud of what he'd made. It was a good moment, but something had been bothering me the whole time we were working. I put my tools down and looked at him. I told him I was glad he wanted to learn, but he needed to understand something. For years, his entire family had treated what I do like it was a joke, like nothing I made mattered at all. And now that my skills had literally saved them during the storm, suddenly everyone was interested. I wasn't trying to make him feel bad, but I needed him to hear it. He looked down at the floor and said he was sorry. I told him respect shouldn't only show up when it's convenient or when it benefits you. It should be there all the time. That evening, I brought it up with everyone at dinner. I didn't yell or get dramatic about it. I just told them calmly that I'd spent years being dismissed and mocked for the things I cared about. That they'd turned down everything I'd ever offered to make for them and treated my skills like they were completely worthless. And now they were sitting in my house, safe and warm and fed, because of those exact same skills they'd made fun of. Sarah started crying immediately. She apologized and said she never realized how much she'd hurt me. She thought they were all just joking around. She promised she'd do better and be more respectful going forward. Mark got defensive right away. He said I was overreacting and making a big deal out of nothing. That yeah, they were grateful for my help during the storm, but that didn't mean they'd been wrong before. He said we live in the 21st century now, and most people don't need to know how to do this kind of stuff anymore. I looked at him and said, they do when situations like this happen. When everything modern fails and you need the old ways to survive. He didn't have much to say after that. We just left it alone and finished dinner in silence. They ended up staying for 2 more days until the power came back on, and they could go assess the damage to their own houses. The atmosphere was tense after our conversation, but nobody brought it up again. We just went about our days and tried to keep things as normal as possible, given the circumstances. Before they left, Tommy asked if he could come back the next weekend to work on another project with me. I told him of course he could. Then Sarah's youngest, my granddaughter Emma, who's 12, asked if I could teach her how to can food like I do. I said yes to that, too. It felt good having them actually want to learn, instead of just brushing me off like they always had before. Mark didn't ask me for anything. When he was leaving, he thanked me for letting them stay and for keeping them safe. He shook my hand, and that was it. We've talked on the phone a handful of times since then, but I can tell he's still bothered by what I said. He keeps the conversations short and doesn't really engage much. Part of me feels bad about that, but another part of me thinks he needed to hear it, whether he likes it or not. Sarah has been completely different, though. She visits way more now than she ever did before. She brings the kids by at least twice a month, and they actually spend time with me in the workshop. Last month, she asked if I could build her a bookshelf for her living room. This time, when I finished it, she actually put it up and uses it. She sent me a picture of it, filled with books, and said it was her favorite piece of furniture in the house. That meant more to me than she probably realizes. Tommy comes over almost every weekend now. We've built all kinds of things together. A birdhouse, a small table for his room, a chessboard that he's really proud of. He's gotten pretty skilled at it, and I think he might actually stick with it long term. Emma has come over a few times to learn canning, and she's taken to it really well. She even started a little garden at her house so she can preserve her own vegetables. Sarah tells me Emma talks about it constantly at school. The town took months to recover from the storm. A lot of people had to completely rebuild parts of their houses. Some folks ended up moving away because they couldn't afford the repairs. My neighbors have asked me for help with things here and there. I've shown a few of them how to reinforce their shutters and how to set up backup systems in case something like this happens again. Word got around about how well my place held up, and suddenly people are interested in learning the old ways again. But Mark still thinks I was out of line. He called me a few weeks ago, and we actually talked about it for the first time since the storm. He said I made everyone feel guilty when they were already going through a traumatic experience. That I should have just been happy to help my family without pointing out how they'd treated me in the past. He thinks I ruined what should have been a moment of family coming together by making it about me and my hurt feelings. I tried to explain that it wasn't about making them feel guilty. It was about finally standing up for myself after years of being dismissed. But he doesn't see it that way. He said I'm holding a grudge and that I need to let it go. We haven't talked since that phone call. Sarah says I had every right to speak up. She thinks Mark is just embarrassed because he knows he was wrong and doesn't want to admit it. She told me not to feel bad about what I said because someone needed to say it eventually. But I still go back and forth on it in my head. I wasn't trying to rub anything in their faces. I really wasn't. I just wanted them to understand that the things they dismissed and made fun of for years actually mattered. That what looks old-fashioned or pointless can end up being the thing that saves you when everything else fails. But maybe I should have just kept my mouth shut and been grateful they were safe. Maybe bringing up the past while they were vulnerable was the wrong move. I honestly don't know if I did the right thing or not. Was I wrong for finally speaking up after being dismissed for so long? Turns out, my family only invited me to Christmas so I'd cook and pay for everything. I'm a 70-year-old grandfather, and I've been hosting Christmas dinners for over 40 years, since before my 3 kids, Sarah, 45, Michael, 42, and Rachel, 38, had families of their own. My wife Marie passed 5 years ago, and even after that, I kept everything going. The decorating, the cooking, the gifts for all 15 family members. I did it because it's what we'd always done, and I guess I thought keeping the tradition alive meant keeping her memory alive too. But last year, I hit a wall. I told my kids I was tired, exhausted actually. Hosting Christmas for that many people at my age isn't just expensive, it's physically draining. I suggested we rotate who hosts, so everyone could share the responsibility. They all agreed right away. Sarah even volunteered to take this year. I remember feeling so relieved, like finally they understood. Finally, I could just show up and enjoy Christmas instead of spending 3 days cooking and cleaning. So when Sarah called me in November, insisting I come to her house because it wouldn't feel right anywhere else, I was genuinely touched. I thought maybe she wanted to honor the tradition, but give me a break. I even teared up a little on the phone. My daughter wanted me there. Not my cooking, not my wallet, just me. I should have known better. I showed up at Sarah's house around 10 a.m. on Christmas morning. I'd already spent $800 on gifts for everyone. They were sitting in my trunk. I figured I'd help Sarah with some last-minute prep, maybe set the table, play with the grandkids. Normal grandfather stuff. The house was decorated, at least. Sarah had put up a tree and some lights. But when I walked into the kitchen, I stopped cold. Nothing. No food out, no pots on the stove, no turkey defrosting, no side dishes prepped. The counters were completely empty except for her coffee maker. I looked in the fridge, just her regular groceries, no extra anything. I thought maybe she was running late, so I asked where everything was. Sarah just smiled at me and said, "We thought you'd feel more comfortable handling that part, Dad." I stared at her. Michael walked in right then with Rachel behind him, and I asked what they'd brought. Michael shrugged and said he figured I'd take care of the food since I always do it better. Rachel chimed in that she didn't bring any gifts either because I always find the perfect things anyway. It hit me all at once. They didn't want to host. They didn't want to share the responsibility. They just wanted to move the location so they wouldn't have to clean up their own houses afterward. They'd invited me to work, not to celebrate. I was the hired help, except I wasn't even getting paid. This whole thing reminded me of last year's conversation, the one where I'd laid it all out for them. We'd had a family meeting right after Christmas. I told them I couldn't keep doing this alone, that I was getting older and it was too much. They'd all sat there nodding, looking sympathetic. Sarah said she'd love to host, that it would be an honor. Michael said it was past time they stepped up. Rachel even hugged me and said I deserved to relax. I'd actually believed them. I went home that night feeling lighter than I had in years. I thought my kids finally saw me as a person, not just a Christmas machine. But standing in Sarah's empty kitchen, I realized they'd just told me what I wanted to hear. The plan was never to take over. It was to trick me into showing up so I'd feel obligated to do everything anyway. What was I going to do? Let Christmas be ruined? Let the grandkids go without? They were counting on me not being able to walk away. My mind started racing. If I stayed, I'd have to drive to the grocery store, buy food for 15 people, come back and cook for hours, all while they sat around watching football. I'd already spent $800 on gifts. Adding food would push it over $1,200 easily. At 70 years old, I'd be on my feet until midnight making their Christmas happen, while they enjoyed themselves. I felt humiliated, used. 5 years of grief and effort, and this is what it came down to. They valued my wallet and my labor, not me. So I told them I'd forgotten the dessert at home and needed to run back to get it. Sarah barely looked up from her phone. She just waved me off and said to hurry back because the kids would want to eat by noon. I grabbed my coat, walked out to my car, and drove away. I had no intention of coming back. When I got home, I sat in my car for a minute just looking at my house. I had decorations up, the same ones Marie and I bought together decades ago. Inside, I had backup ingredients, because I always kept extra stuff on hand during the holidays. Old habit. I could have turned around, I could have gone back, played the role they expected, and made Christmas happen like I always did. Instead, I got out of the car and went inside. I made myself a pot roast using Marie's recipe. Nothing fancy, just something simple and comforting. I set the table for two, one plate for me, and Marie's photo across from me, where she used to sit. For the first time in 5 years, I wasn't cooking for anyone but myself and her memory. It felt quiet, peaceful, like I'd finally stopped performing and could just exist. My phone started buzzing around 2 p.m. I ignored it. Then the voicemails started piling up. I could see the progression without even listening. The first few were probably confused, asking where I was, then annoyed, then angry. I turned my phone on silent and finished my dinner. Around 7 p.m., someone started pounding on my door. I knew who it was before I even got up. All 3 of my kids were standing on my doorstep, and I could see the grandkids sitting in cars behind them, looking confused and tired. Sarah started immediately. She wanted to know where the hell I'd been and how I could ruin Christmas like this. Michael jumped in, saying the kids were starving and they'd had to order pizza. Rachel was actually crying, going on about how embarrassed she was in front of her in-laws, who'd driven 3 hours expecting a nice family dinner. They pushed past me into the house and saw my cleaned plate on the table, the cozy setup with Marie's photo. That made them even angrier. I'd been here, comfortable and fed, while they'd apparently fallen apart. I stayed calm. I asked Sarah point blank what she'd prepared for today. She went quiet, so I asked what any of them had spent on their family for Christmas. More silence. Michael shuffled his feet. Rachel looked away. Sarah got defensive and said she'd agreed to host, not do everything. I told her I'd agreed to attend, not cater. She'd said she wanted to host Christmas, so I'd given her the chance. Then I asked when any of them had checked what I wanted to eat, or offered to split costs, or even wrapped a single gift for me. Nothing. They hadn't even thought about it. That's when I said it. I told them they didn't invite their father to Christmas. They'd hired a free chef and ATM. That's when everything exploded. Rachel started yelling about how ungrateful I was being. Michael called me selfish for ruining the grandkids' holiday. I asked Rachel what exactly she does for me that makes me so ungrateful. She couldn't answer. Sarah was playing the victim, tears streaming down her face, saying Mom would be so disappointed in me. That one broke something in me. I told her Marie would be disappointed in them for exploiting their father, for treating me like a servant instead of family. For 5 years I'd kept every tradition alive by myself while grieving my wife, and the one time I asked for help, they'd tricked me. I asked them to leave. Sarah turned around at the door and told me not to expect them to come crawling back. I said I wouldn't. The quiet that followed that exchange was worse than the yelling. They actually left. Michael slammed the door hard enough that a picture frame rattled on the wall. I stood there in my entryway for a long time after they were gone. The house felt different, empty in a new way, but also lighter somehow, like I'd been carrying something heavy for years and finally put it down. I'd expected to feel guilty or sad, but mostly I just felt tired. Tired of pretending everything was fine. Tired of being the only one who showed up, really showed up, for this family. I picked up Marie's photo from the table and looked at it for a while. She would have told me to stand up for myself years ago. She'd always been better at setting boundaries than me. I'd let the kids take advantage because I didn't want to lose them, but somewhere along the way, I'd lost myself instead. That night, I slept better than I had in months. The day after Christmas, my house was quiet. No calls, no texts. I made coffee and did my crossword puzzle like any other morning. Against my better judgment, I checked Facebook. Rachel had posted something vague about toxic family members and knowing your worth. Sarah's page had photos from their salvaged Christmas. Pizza boxes on the table, everyone smiling like nothing was wrong. The comments from her friends were all supportive, asking if she was okay. She'd painted herself as the victim without saying my name once. A few relatives started texting me asking for my side of the story. Word was spreading. I told them the truth, that I was asked to host, cook, and pay for Christmas at someone else's house after being promised a break. Some of them got it. Others went quiet. My nephew stopped responding after I explained. I guess Sarah had gotten to him first. A week after Christmas, I got a text from Michael's oldest son, Jake. He's 16. All it said was, "Grandpa, I'm sorry. That wasn't right." I stared at that message for a long time. It was the closest thing to an apology I'd gotten from anyone. I texted back, thanking him. And that was it. Haven't heard from him since. I'm sure his parents shut that down. My neighbors kept stopping by with leftover cookies and casseroles. They seemed to know something had happened, but nobody asked directly. Small town. Everyone knows everyone's business eventually. I appreciated the food, even if it came with pitying looks. The gifts were still in my trunk. I'd been avoiding dealing with them, but finally I pulled everything out and looked through it all. A tablet for Sarah. New tools for Michael. That expensive blender Rachel had mentioned wanting. Toys for all the grandkids, picked out specifically based on what each one liked. I'd spent hours shopping. I donated all of it to a local charity, wrote it off as a loss. The weird thing was how I felt. Relieved, mostly, but also lonely in a way I hadn't been even right after Marie died. At least then the kids had checked on me, called regularly. Or maybe they'd just been making sure I was still functional enough to keep playing my role. I don't know anymore. New Year's Eve, I stayed up thinking about the pattern I'd ignored for years. Sarah forgot my birthday 3 years running. Just a quick text days later saying she'd been busy. Michael never thanked me for paying half his daughter's college tuition, just asked if I could cover the other half too. Rachel's wedding 5 years ago, right after Marie died. I'd paid for most of it because she said they couldn't afford their dream venue otherwise. She'd barely spoken to me at the reception. It wasn't sudden. I'd been the ATM for years. I just finally woke up to it. Marie used to tell me not to let them take advantage. I'd always brushed it off, said she was being too harsh. Turns out she saw it clearly, and I was just too stubborn to admit my kids were using me. I keep wondering if standing up for myself was 5 years too late. Or maybe 20 years too late. 3 weeks after Christmas, an envelope showed up in my mail. It was an invitation to Rachel's son's birthday party next month. There was a note inside with the date, time, and location. At the bottom it said, "Suggested gift, $50 cash or gift cards. RSVP by Friday. No, we miss you. No, hope you're doing well." No acknowledgement of what happened at all. Just logistics and a price tag. The invitation is still sitting on my kitchen table. I look at it every morning with my coffee. Part of me misses my grandkids so much it physically hurts. I missed watching them open presents. I missed their chaos and noise. But the other part of me knows exactly what showing up to that party means. It means accepting this. It means going back to being valued for my wallet instead of my presence. My kids haven't apologized. They haven't even acknowledged what they did. My friend Tom says family is family, and I should make peace. My neighbor Dorothy says I did the right thing and shouldn't back down. I'm caught between missing them and knowing that nothing will change if I give in. So now I'm here, staring at this birthday invitation, trying to figure out if going means I'm being a good grandfather or just signing up for more of the same. Because right now, I honestly don't know if I'm protecting myself or if I've already lost what's left of my family either way. Was I petty for refusing to let my best friend use my house for her wedding after she uninvited me from it? I'm a 32-year-old woman who owns a small countryside property with what I can only describe as a pretty amazing garden. It's nothing fancy, but it's got this huge oak tree, a stone pathway I installed myself, and flower beds that I've spent years getting just right. The space can comfortably fit about 75 to 100 people, which is why my friends are always asking to use it for their events. I've hosted baby showers, birthday parties, engagement parties, you name it. I've never minded because I love seeing the space bring people joy. My best friend Sarah and I have known each other since college. We're talking 11 years of friendship here. She got engaged about 8 months ago to her fiancé, Mark, and I was genuinely happy for her. They seemed good together, and I was excited to see her finally settling down with someone who treated her well. About 6 months before the wedding date, Sarah asked if she could use my property for the ceremony and reception. She said they were trying to save money and that my garden would be perfect. I didn't even hesitate. I said yes immediately and told her I'd help with whatever she needed. Over the next few months, we must have walked through that garden a dozen times, discussing layouts, talking about where the ceremony arch should go, where the tables would be set up, how the dance floor would fit. I was all in. Here's the thing, though. I didn't just say yes and leave it at that. I actually invested in making the space even better for her big day. I bought new outdoor string lights, had the garden professionally landscaped, and even paid to have the lawn resodded because there were some patchy areas that I thought would look bad in photos. Between the materials and the labor, I probably dropped around $3,000 of my own money. Not to mention the countless hours I spent preparing everything. I wanted it to be perfect for her. Then about 3 weeks before the wedding, Sarah started getting weird. Her texts became sparse. She stopped responding to my messages about final details. And when she did reply, it was always something vague like, "I'll get back to you on that." I figured she was just drowning in wedding stress. I've never planned a wedding myself, but I've heard it's overwhelming. So I gave her space and just kept working on the property. 2.5 weeks before the wedding, I got a text from her at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday. It said there had been a change of plans with the guest list. She explained that Mark's parents had concerns about crowding and wanted to keep things intimate. They were cutting the guest list from 90 people down to 50. Then came the kicker. She said I unfortunately didn't make the cut, but they were still planning to use my garden since everything was already set up there. I read that text 3 times because I genuinely couldn't believe what I was seeing. I called her immediately, but it went straight to voicemail. So I texted back asking for clarification. Something like, "Wait, are you saying I'm uninvited but you still want to use my house?" No response that night. I barely slept, just kept checking my phone like an idiot, hoping there was some misunderstanding. The next morning, Sarah finally responded, but only through text. She said it wasn't personal, it was just about numbers. Mark's parents were paying for catering, and they wanted to keep costs down. I pointed out the obvious irony. I was literally providing the venue for free, and I couldn't even attend? Her response was something along the lines of, not making this harder than it needed to be. She said everything was planned for my garden. All the vendors had my address, and they couldn't change locations now. I just sat there staring at that message, feeling this rage build up inside me that I'd never felt toward her before. This person I'd known for over a decade, who I'd called my best friend, thought it was reasonable to kick me out of an event at my own house. And she expected me to just go along with it because changing plans would be inconvenient for her. That's when I made my decision. I called Sarah directly, and for once, she actually answered. I told her straight up that if I wasn't welcome at the wedding, then the wedding wasn't welcome at my house. There was this shocked silence on the other end. Then she started stammering out excuses about how I was misunderstanding the situation and how it wasn't that simple. Then she started crying, full-on sobbing through the phone, telling me I was being unreasonable. She kept saying, "This is my wedding. How can you do this to me?" And I just snapped back with, "How can you do this to me? This is my home." That's when she really escalated. She started yelling about how I was sabotaging her wedding and ruining the biggest day of her life out of spite. I told her that no, she ruined our friendship the moment she decided I wasn't important enough to attend, but my property was. She hung up on me. About an hour later, Mark called. He was way calmer than Sarah, probably figured he'd have better luck with a different approach. He tried begging, explaining that they'd already paid deposits to vendors who had my address in their contracts. He said changing the venue now would cost them thousands in cancellation fees. Then he brought up his parents, saying they were very particular, and there were family dynamics involved that I didn't understand. He even implied that I couldn't possibly get it because I'd never been married. That's when I told him that sounded like a you problem, not a me problem. His tone completely shifted from pleading to irritated, asking if I was really going to do this over my ego. I ended the call. My phone absolutely exploded within hours. Our mutual friend Jessica texted asking if I didn't think I was being a bit harsh. Another friend, Amy, called saying she got that I was hurt, but it was Sarah's wedding day, and couldn't I just let this one go? My former roommate from college left me a voicemail calling the whole thing petty, and saying I was making things worse for someone who was already stressed. The worst part was our group chat of 6 people turning on me. Everyone was basically calling me selfish, jealous, vindictive, saying I was making someone's wedding about myself. I sent an official text to both Sarah and Mark, making it crystal clear that my decision was final. I told them they needed to find a new venue and not to come to my property on the wedding date. Then I sent a follow-up, saying I'd informed my neighbors that no event would be taking place, and they should call the police if anyone attempted to set up. I needed them to know I was serious. Sarah's response came through the group chat, where I was still included. She wrote that she couldn't believe someone she called her best friend would destroy her wedding, and that she'd never been more hurt in her life. The messages from other friends kept coming, all variations of the same thing. That I was wrong, that I was being cruel, that I should reconsider. I started blocking numbers. I know that sounds extreme, but I couldn't deal with the constant notifications telling me what a terrible person I was. I sat alone in my house, the same house with the garden I'd spent weeks preparing for a wedding I was now banned from, and I genuinely started questioning everything. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was the villain here. Maybe I should have just taken the high road and let her use the space anyway. But every time I almost convinced myself to give in, I'd remember that text. The casual way she told me I didn't make the cut, but expected me to still hand over my property like some kind of free venue service. The audacity of thinking I'd just be okay with it because everything was already planned. Like I was supposed to sit at home on that day, probably seeing photos pop up on social media of an event happening in my own backyard, and just smile through it. I didn't give in. I kept every single boundary I'd set. And honestly, sitting there with half my friend group turned against me, I'd never felt more alone, or more certain that I'd done the right thing at the same time. The week before the wedding was supposed to happen at my place, I heard through mutual friends that Sarah and Mark were scrambling to find a new venue. They ended up booking some local event hall, but it cost them significantly more than they'd planned. Some of their vendor deposits were lost, but apparently most of them were able to switch to the new location. The wedding was still happening, just not in my garden. Sarah had blocked me on all her social media by this point, so I couldn't see any of her posts about it. 4 days before the wedding, I ran into Sarah's cousin, Rachel, at the grocery store. She seemed really uncomfortable when she saw me, but she came over and said she was so sorry I'd been sick and that it was such bad timing. I had no idea what she was talking about, so I just stood there confused and told her I wasn't sick. The look on her face told me everything. She said Sarah had told everyone I had a severe illness and couldn't attend the wedding. It hit me, right there in the middle of the produce section. Sarah was never planning to tell anyone she'd uninvited me. She was going to use my property, exclude me from the event, and let everyone think I was too sick to come. She was going to make me look bad with a completely fake excuse while she celebrated at my house. I thanked Rachel for telling me and left my cart right there in the aisle. I needed to go home and process what I'd just learned. Sitting in my living room, I realized the friendship had never been what I thought it was. This wasn't just about her making a tough choice with the guest list. She'd been willing to lie to everyone to save face. She cared more about her image than she did about basic respect for me or our friendship. The whole excuse about the in-laws might have been partially true, but Sarah had gone along with it without even trying to fight for me. And then she'd planned to cover it up with a lie. I felt vindicated in my decision, but I also felt this deep sadness about losing someone I'd trusted for over a decade. The wedding happened at the new venue. I obviously didn't attend, but I saw photos on social media through other friends' posts. It looked fine, nothing spectacular. But they got married, and that was that. 2 of our mutual friends reached out to apologize after they heard the truth from Rachel. They said they didn't know Sarah had actually uninvited me, and they'd thought the whole thing was just about the venue. Most of the friend group still sided with Sarah, though, or just stayed neutral to avoid the drama. Sarah and Mark left for their honeymoon, and life moved on. It's been 3 weeks since the wedding now. I haven't spoken to Sarah since that phone argument where she accused me of sabotaging everything. Some of the friendships in our group feel irreparably damaged. I've started pulling back from everyone because it's just easier than dealing with people who ask when Sarah and I are going to work it out. Like this is some minor disagreement that'll blow over if we just give it time. I keep replaying everything in my head. Maybe I could have let her use the garden and just taken the high road. But every time I think that, I remember she was going to tell people I was sick. She was going to lie to everyone, use my home, and make me the bad guy anyway. Yesterday, I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. It was Sarah, messaging from a new phone. Just 2 words asking if we were okay. I stared at that message for 20 minutes. I still haven't responded, and honestly, I don't know if I ever will. Part of me wants to know if she's reaching out because she's actually sorry, or because enough time has passed that she thinks everything should just go back to normal. But another part of me doesn't want to know. Maybe some bridges are better left burned. Edit. I later learned she told guests I was sick and couldn't make it. She never even planned to tell people she uninvited me. That sealed my decision. Was I wrong for refusing to write a eulogy for my grandfather after learning he cut me out of his will? I'm a 33-year-old man, and I never thought I'd be the person to refuse speaking at their own grandfather's funeral. But here we are. Let me back up a bit because you need to understand what my grandfather meant to me. From the time I was 8 until I was about 22, I spent every single summer at his farm. Not just visiting for a weekend, I mean the entire summer. I helped him fix fences, learned how to work on tractors, listened to his stories about the war, and about my grandmother who died before I was born. My Uncle Mark and his family, his wife Susan and their kids Jake and Emily, they'd show up maybe twice a year. Christmas and the occasional birthday if it was convenient for them. When I was 23, my grandfather had a stroke. Bad one. I had just gotten accepted to a college program I'd been working toward for years, and I postponed it. For 8 months, I was his primary caregiver. I moved into his house, helped him with physical therapy, read to him when he couldn't hold a book steady, slept in a chair next to his bed when he was having bad nights. Everyone in the family called me the favorite. My grandfather used to say it himself. He'd tell people, "This one gets it. He's the one who understands." So you can imagine how I felt sitting in his study last week while the lawyer read his will. The estate, all 200 acres of farmland, the house, his savings, which turned out to be about $380,000, all of it went to my Uncle Mark and his family. Every single bit of it. I got a set of old tools from the barn and his fishing rod. I just sat there while the lawyer kept reading. I couldn't process it. My Uncle Mark had this look on his face, not quite smug but satisfied, like he'd expected this all along. After the lawyer finished, Mark actually turned to me and said, "Dad wanted to reward stability. He knew we'd take care of the place properly." Like I was some kind of irresponsible kid who couldn't be trusted with the family legacy. I didn't say anything. I got up and walked out while my mom was calling after me, asking me to wait, to talk about this. I just needed to get out of there. The next few days were a blur. My phone wouldn't stop ringing. Family members calling, texting, wanting to know if I was okay, wanting to explain, wanting me to understand. I ignored all of it. I kept thinking about all those hours I spent fixing that old tractor with him, about reading him the newspaper every morning after his stroke because his hands shook too much to hold it himself. Did any of that matter to him? Did I matter to him? It wasn't even about the money, not really. It was about being erased, about dedicating years of my life to someone who apparently saw me as worth less than a family who couldn't be bothered to visit. Then, exactly 1 week after the will reading, my Uncle Mark called. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. "We need you to write the eulogy," he said, like it was obvious. "You were closest to him. Everyone expects it." I honestly couldn't believe what I was hearing. "I can't do that," I told him. "What do you mean you can't?" "I mean I won't stand up there and pretend." The words came out before I could really think about them, but once they were out, I knew I meant them. I couldn't get up in front of everyone and talk about what a great man he was, how much he loved his family, how much he meant to me. Not after this. The line went quiet for a second. Then my uncle's voice got louder, angry. "This is about the will, isn't it?" "It's about being treated like I was disposable," I said. He told me we'd talk about this in person and hung up. I sat there holding the phone, knowing I'd just started something that wasn't going to end well. An hour after my uncle hung up on me, my phone rang again. This time it was Aunt Susan. She didn't even bother with hello. She launched straight into how selfish I was being, how this was my grandfather's funeral. How could I make this about myself? I tried to explain that it wasn't about being selfish, that I just couldn't stand up there and say things I didn't believe anymore. But she wasn't hearing it. She just kept talking over me until I eventually hung up. Then the texts started. My mom wrote asking me to please not make this harder than it already was. My cousin Emily, who I'd actually always gotten along with, sent me a message saying she thought I was better than this. Each notification felt like another person telling me I was wrong for having feelings about being cut out of my grandfather's life. 2 days later, my mom called and told me there was going to be a family meeting at my parents' house. She said everyone needed to talk this through before the funeral. I knew it was going to be bad, but I went anyway. The whole family was there when I arrived. My Uncle Mark started talking before I even sat down. He told everyone that my grandfather had specifically told him months ago that he wanted me to give the eulogy, that it was basically my grandfather's dying wish. I looked right at him and said, "Funny that he told you that, but didn't think to leave me anything but some rusty tools." That's when Aunt Susan jumped in with the whole, "This isn't about money" speech. I'd heard it so many times by then that I almost laughed, because if it wasn't about money, then what was it about? What was stability? What was responsibility? Those were just nice words for saying I wasn't good enough. I finally lost it. I told them about the 8 months I spent taking care of him after his stroke, about all those summers, about how apparently none of it was enough. My voice was shaking, and I hated that they could see how much this hurt, but I couldn't keep it in anymore. My uncle got this look on his face, cold and final. He said if I didn't do the eulogy, I'd regret it. My cousin Jake, who hadn't said anything up until then, actually threatened me. He said they'd make sure everyone knew I refused to say goodbye to my grandfather. Like I was the villain in all this. My mom tried to step in, asking if I could just write something simple for the family's sake. Even my dad, who never gets involved in family drama, said my grandfather would have wanted this. That one hurt worse than the rest somehow. I looked around the room at all of them and said, would he? Because his will says otherwise. Nobody had an answer for that. My mom looked like she might cry. My uncle just stared at me with his jaw clenched. Aunt Susan shook her head like I was a lost cause. The thing is, I did still love my grandfather. That was the worst part of all of this. I couldn't figure out how to reconcile the man who taught me to fish and fix engines with the man who signed that will. How do you honor someone who hurt you this badly? How do you stand up and pretend everything was perfect when it clearly wasn't? I left without giving them an answer. My uncle called after me that I had 3 days to decide, that the funeral was Saturday. Like I didn't know. Like I hadn't been counting down the days to having to face all of this. I got in my car and sat there for a minute before driving away. I already knew what my decision was. I'd known it from the moment my uncle first asked. There was no way I was writing that eulogy. I just had to figure out if I could live with what that meant. Saturday came and I did go to the funeral. I just sat in the back row where I could slip out if I needed to. My Uncle Mark ended up giving the eulogy himself. It was generic, the kind of thing you could say about anyone. He talked about family values and hard work, about legacy and tradition. He barely mentioned the years I spent taking care of my grandfather. Actually, I don't think he mentioned me at all. I looked around during the service and realized half the people there didn't even know who did what for my grandfather. They just knew the official story, the one my uncle was telling. It made the whole thing feel even more hollow. After the funeral, the family pretty much split down the middle. Some people thought I'd been petty and disrespectful. Others got it, even if they didn't say so out loud. My mom was disappointed, but trying to be supportive in her own way. She told me she wished I'd handled it differently, which I guess was her version of understanding. My dad didn't say much of anything, and somehow that felt worse than if he'd yelled at me. My uncle's family stopped speaking to me entirely. A few of my cousins texted me privately, saying they understood why I didn't do it, but they couldn't say that publicly. I appreciated it, but it didn't change much. Then, about 3 weeks after the funeral, I got a call from Bill, one of my grandfather's old friends. He's in his 80s now, knew my grandfather for over 50 years. He mentioned something that stuck with me. He said it was strange how my uncle became power of attorney so suddenly, that he didn't remember my grandfather ever mentioning it. That got me curious, so I did some digging. Turns out the will was updated 4 months before my grandfather died, just a few weeks after my Uncle Mark got power of attorney. I managed to find out through the lawyer's office that there was a previous will from 3 years ago, and in that one, the estate was split between me and my uncle's family. The lawyer confirmed that the changes were made in March and that my grandfather had signed it, though apparently his signature was shaky. But that's where the trail ends. I don't know if my grandfather was coerced. I don't know if his mind was clear. I'll probably never know for certain. I've thought about challenging it legally, but I'm not sure it's worth it. My uncle's family has already moved into the estate. They're making changes, Updates, they say, will increase the property value. They cut down my grandfather's favorite oak tree last week for better land use. I drove by the farm once after I heard about that, but I couldn't bring myself to stop. The tools and fishing rod are still in my garage. I haven't touched them. I'm not sure I can. I keep going back and forth on whether I was wrong to refuse the eulogy. Part of me thinks it was about self-respect, about not letting them use me one more time. But another part wonders if I should have done it anyway. Not for my uncle or for appearances, but for myself. For the version of my grandfather I want to remember. Because that man, the one who taught me how to fix engines and made terrible pancakes and called me the one who gets it, he feels different from the man who signed that will. Maybe they were both real. Maybe people are complicated and contradictory, and you don't get clean answers about why they do what they do. I still have his fishing rod. I haven't decided if I'll ever use it. Some days I think I will, that it'll help me remember the good parts. Other days I think I should just get rid of it, stop holding on to something that only reminds me of how this all ended. If anyone finds proof that the will was changed under suspicious circumstances, I'm not sure it would change how I feel. The damage is done. The family is fractured. And my grandfather, whether he meant to or not, is the one who fractured it. When my grandson laughed at my outdated cooking, I served him a lesson he'll never forget. I, a 74-year-old grandmother, have been hosting Sunday dinners for my family for over 40 years, and my grandson Jake, 25, just called my cooking grandma slop. Let me back up a bit. I'm widowed, been on my own for 12 years now. I ran a small bakery for 30 years before my knees gave out, and I had to sell it. That bakery paid for everything: my kids' college, this house, and the kitchen renovation I'd been dreaming about since 1985. Sunday dinners have been my thing since my own kids were little. It's how I show love. I can't run around with the grandkids anymore, can't take them on trips, but I can cook, and I'm damn good at it. Usually we get about 8 to 10 people every Sunday. My daughter Sarah, her husband, their 3 kids including Jake, my son and his family when they're in town. It's loud and chaotic, and I love every second of it. My kitchen isn't fancy by today's standards, but it's mine. Same stove I picked out in 1998, same wooden spoon I've had since the bakery days. 3 months ago, Jake started bringing this girl around. Madison. She's some kind of culinary influencer on Instagram or TikTok or whatever it is. Has about 50,000 followers, apparently. At first, she seemed sweet enough. Took pictures of the food, smiled, said thank you. I didn't mind the photos. I figured that's just what young people do now. But then the comments started. Little things at first. She'd suggest I try deconstructing my chicken pot pie. Asked if I'd ever considered microgreens as a garnish. Mentioned something about elevation and visual storytelling. I just smiled and nodded. Young people have their trends. When I was her age, fondue was all the rage, and my mother-in-law thought it was ridiculous. That's just how generations work. The past 2 weeks, though, something shifted. Madison got bolder. She'd film everything, whisper to Jake, and they'd both giggle. Last Sunday, I made my beef stew. It's my mother's recipe, the one I've been making since 1979. My kids grew up on this stew. It got them through cold winters and bad breakups and college exam weeks. I was in the kitchen, getting dessert ready, when I heard them in the hallway. They didn't know I was there. Madison had her phone out, filming a bowl of my stew, and she was laughing. I heard her say, clear as day, "This is literally grandma slop, I can't even post this." Then Jake, my own grandson, the kid I used to bake birthday cakes for at 2 a.m., he laughed and said, "Old people don't know real flavor. They just boil everything to death." My hearing aid picked up every word. They think because I'm old I can't hear, but I had new batteries put in last week. I stood there in the kitchen doorway, holding a pie, just frozen. They didn't see me. They walked right past, still smiling, and sat back down at my table. Ate my food. Let me serve them dessert. Jake even asked for a second piece of apple pie. I got through the rest of dinner on autopilot. My hands were shaking when I was serving coffee. Sarah asked if I was okay, and I just said I was tired. Everyone left around 8 p.m. like usual. Jake hugged me goodbye. Madison thanked me for having her. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying it. Grandma slop. The way they laughed. Like my food, like my love was some kind of joke. I've been cooking for 50 years. I fed my family through my husband's death, through job losses, through every crisis we've ever had. And this girl who films her breakfast for strangers thinks my stew is slop. I'm not usually a vengeful person. I believe in turning the other cheek, being the bigger person, all of that. But sitting in my kitchen at 3 a.m., looking at my mother's handwritten recipe card for that stew, something in me snapped. I wasn't going to let this go. I was going to teach them both a lesson about respect, about food, about what really matters. And I knew exactly who to call to help me do it. Monday morning, I called Marcus. He was one of my bakery apprentices back in the day. I hired him when he was 16 and barely knew how to crack an egg. Now he's 38 and the head chef at some Michelin-starred restaurant downtown. We still talk every few months. He sends me Christmas cards with photos of his kids. I told him what happened. Everything. The comments, the filming, the grandma slop line. There was silence on the other end for a second. Then he said, "Let me come over this week. We're doing this right." We spent Monday afternoon planning. I showed him my usual Sunday menu, the beef stew, pot roast, roasted vegetables, apple pie. He nodded at each one and started sketching on a notepad. "Same recipes," he said, "just elevated presentation." He'd bring the fancy plates, the garnishes, all of it. We'd make them look like they came from his restaurant. The rest of the week I prepped like I always do, but Marcus came over Saturday to help with the final touches. We practiced plating. He showed me how to arrange the stew in a shallow white bowl, how to place microgreens on top, how to drizzle this reduction around the edge. It was still my stew. Same beef, same vegetables, same herbs my mother used, just dressed up like it was going to a wedding. We did the same with everything. Pot roast sliced thin and fanned out. Roasted vegetables arranged by color. Even the apple pie got deconstructed with some vanilla foam thing Marcus made. He printed up a menu on nice paper like they do at restaurants. It was almost funny, honestly. All this fuss for the same food I make every week. Sunday came and I texted Jake, told him to bring Madison, that I was trying some new recipes and wanted their opinion. He responded with a thumbs up emoji and said they'd be there. Everyone arrived around 4 p.m. like usual. Madison walked in with her ring light in her purse. I saw her setting it up on the credenza. She was already in influencer mode. Hair perfect, that smile ready. We did the first course, and I brought out the beef stew. Same stew from last week, just in Marcus's fancy bowls with the microgreens and the drizzle. I set it in front of Madison, and I swear her eyes went wide. She grabbed her phone immediately and started filming. She actually gasped, said something like, "Oh my God, this is incredible. What inspired this?" Jake was right behind her with the compliments. Told me he didn't know I could cook like this. Like I'd suddenly learned after 74 years. Each course came out, and it was the same thing. Photos, videos, analysis. Madison was going on about depth of flavor and restaurant quality presentation. She was posting in real time. My pot roast, the same one she probably would have filmed and mocked, was suddenly innovative and beautifully executed. Jake kept saying he was impressed, asked if I'd taken a cooking class. My daughter Sarah looked confused but happy. She probably thought I'd finally moved past last week. Marcus stayed in the kitchen, plating everything. The rest of my family had no idea what was happening. They just thought I'd gone fancy for some reason. Dessert came out last. The deconstructed apple pie with the vanilla foam. Madison was practically drooling. She'd already posted like 6 stories. Jake was on his phone showing his friends. They were treating this meal like I'd performed a miracle. After everyone finished, I stood up. Asked for their attention. The table went quiet, and I could feel my heart pounding, but I kept my voice steady. I told them I was glad they enjoyed dinner, that I was happy the presentation met their standards. Then I said it. These are the exact same recipes I've been making for 40 years. Same beef stew you called grandma slop last week, Madison. Same pot roast Jake said had no real flavor. The only difference is Marcus helped me plate it pretty. I pointed to the kitchen where Marcus was standing in the doorway, still in his apron. The table went dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Madison's face went white, and her phone was still in her hand, frozen mid-story. Jake turned bright red and started stammering something about how he didn't mean it like that. I cut him off. Told them both I'd heard them, that my hearing was just fine, actually. Marcus walked out and introduced himself, explained who he was, and how I'd taught him everything he knew about cooking back at the bakery. Sarah looked absolutely mortified. My other grandkids were staring at their plates. Madison's hand was shaking. Madison tried to apologize right there at the table. She was stumbling over her words, saying it was just a joke, that she didn't mean anything by it. Her voice was shaking, and she looked like she might cry. I just looked at her and said that jokes are supposed to be funny, and disrespect isn't funny to me. Jake tried to defend her, told me I was overreacting, that it wasn't that serious. That's what got me. Not the original insult, but him doubling down right there in front of everyone. So I told them both that they were welcome back at my table when they could appreciate the food regardless of how it looked on a plate. That respect matters more than aesthetics in my house. They left maybe 10 minutes later. Madison was crying by then, and Jake was angry. He didn't look at me when they walked out, just grabbed their coats and left. The door closed, and the rest of my family just sat there in silence. Nobody knew what to say. My son-in-law offered to help clean up. My other grandkids cleared the table without being asked. Sarah pulled me aside in the kitchen and asked if that was really necessary, if I couldn't have just talked to them privately. I told her I tried staying quiet last week, and it didn't stop them from mocking me in my own hallway. Marcus left around 8 p.m. He hugged me at the door and told me they deserved it, that food is about love, not aesthetics. I think he meant it to make me feel better, but I just felt tired. Everyone else left shortly after. The house was quiet by 9 p.m. That was 3 weeks ago now. Jake and Madison haven't come to Sunday dinners since. There's an empty chair at the table every week, and everyone notices it. Nobody mentions it, but it's there. Sarah has called me twice. The first time she said I humiliated them, especially Madison, that I should have handled it differently, talked to them in private instead of making a scene in front of the whole family. The second call was worse. She said I was being stubborn, that Jake wants to apologize, but he's too embarrassed. She asked me to be the bigger person and call him first. I haven't called. Part of me wants to. I miss him. He's my grandson, and I've known him since he was born. I used to watch him every Tuesday when Sarah worked late. I taught him to make cookies when he was 6. But another part of me thinks he's 25 years old, and he needs to understand that actions have consequences. that you can't disrespect someone and then expect them to chase after you with apologies. The rest of my family is split. My son thinks I did the right thing, says Jake needed to learn some humility. My daughter-in-law thinks I went too far. My other grandkids don't say much about it, but I catch them looking at Jake's empty chair. Marcus texted me last week just to check in. Said his offer still stands if I want to do another fancy dinner. I told him once was enough. I'm back to my regular recipes on regular plates. The family still comes, still eats, still thanks me. But it's different now. Madison apparently deleted all the photos from that night. Sarah told me she also deleted her story about my slop from the week before. I don't know if that was because she felt guilty or because she was embarrassed. Maybe both. I still host Sunday dinners, still make the same recipes I've always made. The beef stew, the pot roast, the apple pie. I serve them on my regular plates with no microgreens or drizzles or foam, and they taste exactly the same as they did when my kids were little, when my husband was alive, when Jake was 6 years old sitting at this same table. My kitchen feels a little emptier now, though, even when it's full of family. There's this absence that hangs in the air. Sarah says Jake is waiting for some kind of sign from me that it's okay to come back, that he's sorry but doesn't know how to say it after everything. I don't know if I should reach out first or wait for him to come to me. Sarah says I chose my pride over family, but I think I chose my dignity. Maybe there's a difference. Maybe there isn't. All I know is that my food hasn't changed. My recipes haven't changed. And my love hasn't changed. What changed was respect. And I don't know how to get that back by pretending nothing happened. Would I be heartless for not letting my mother sell the land my late father left entirely to me? I, a 30-year-old woman, have been dealing with an impossible situation with my mother and my 2 brothers, Mark, 35, and Daniel, 32. It's gotten so bad that half my family isn't speaking to me anymore, and I'm starting to question everything. Here's the context. I live in a rural province where my dad owned a small piece of farmland. He passed away 2 years ago, and in his will, he left that land entirely to me. Not to my mom, not split between us kids, just to me. The paperwork was processed at the municipal office. Everything was legal and clear. No ambiguity whatsoever. This wasn't some random decision on his part either. I was the only one who stayed and helped him run the farm. Mark and Daniel both moved to the city years ago for their careers and barely visited. My mom never had any interest in farm life. She tolerated it when Dad was alive, but made it clear she hated everything about it. I was the one who spent weekends working the land with Dad, learning from him, actually caring about keeping it going. So when the will was read, nobody was really surprised. Annoyed maybe, but not surprised. For 2 years everything was fine. I kept the farm running. My brothers did their thing in the city. Mom lived her life. Then out of nowhere, about a month ago, my mother came to me with this request. She wanted me to sell the land so she could use the money to help my brothers buy homes. Just like that. Casual, like she was asking to borrow my car. I said no immediately. This land is all I have left from my dad. It's not just property to me. It's his legacy. It's our memories. It's the only thing I have that connects me to him. I told her I was planning to keep it running in his memory. I thought she'd understand, or at least respect my decision. She didn't. She got furious. Started saying I was hoarding family property, that I was being selfish. Then my brothers got involved. Suddenly I was getting calls and messages from both of them saying that Dad would have wanted all of us to benefit from his assets. They kept pushing this narrative that keeping the land for myself was greedy, that I was choosing dirt over family. I tried to explain that Dad's will was crystal clear. He made a choice. He wanted me to have it. But they weren't hearing it. The family group chat became this constant stream of accusations. Mark called me greedy. Daniel said I was dividing the family. Mom kept going on about how I was disrespecting the family unit. It got worse every day. The messages, the calls, the guilt trips. My mom even started bringing up random things from my childhood, trying to make me feel like I owed her something. Like because she raised me, I should just hand over my inheritance to make her life easier. I thought maybe I could find middle ground. I offered to let them use parts of the land if they wanted to plant something or build something. They could be involved. They could benefit from it without me having to sell. I thought it was a fair compromise. My mother rejected it completely. She told me I was disrespecting her authority as the matriarch of the family, said I was being stubborn and unreasonable. Then she hit me with the real threat. She told me she was going to take this to court to correct the will. She actually used those words. Correct the will. Like my father's final wishes were a mistake that needed fixing. I just sat there, stunned. My own mother was threatening to sue me over land that my father specifically, intentionally, explicitly left to me. The same mother who never cared about the farm when Dad was alive, who complained every time he came home smelling like soil, who couldn't wait for him to retire and sell it. Now suddenly it mattered. Now suddenly it was family property that needed to be shared. I couldn't believe it. She was actually willing to drag this into court, to destroy whatever relationship we had left, over land she never wanted anything to do with in the first place. The next few weeks were hell. My mother stopped speaking to me except through her lawyer. Mark and Daniel kept calling, showing up at the farm unannounced, trying to talk sense into me. The whole town started gossiping, because nothing stays private in a small rural community. Some neighbors thought I should respect my elders and do what my mother wanted. Others told me to stand my ground. I felt completely alone in this. I consulted my own lawyer just to make sure I wasn't crazy. He reviewed everything and confirmed what I already knew. The land was legally mine. The will was airtight. My mother had no case. But knowing I was legally right didn't make the emotional toll any lighter. I was losing my family over this. Then Mark showed up one evening with his wife and kids. He tried a different approach, the emotional manipulation route. Told me his sons could have a better future if they had the money from the land sale. Showed me pictures of houses he'd been looking at. Made it all about his family's dreams and how I was standing in the way. Daniel called the next day with the financial angle, saying the farm wasn't even profitable, and asking why I was being so stubborn over something that barely made money. That's when I realized none of them got it. They didn't understand that this wasn't about profit or property value. This was about the mornings I spent with my dad walking the rows, learning which soil was best for what crops. The afternoons fixing fences together. The quiet conversations we had out there when life got hard. They saw dirt and potential cash. I saw my father. About 3 weeks into this nightmare, I needed to pick up some old documents from my mother's house. I thought she was out running errands, so I used my old key to get in. But she was home. I heard her voice coming from the kitchen, and I was about to announce myself when I caught what she was saying. She was on the phone with someone, discussing price and timeline. For the land. My land. I stood frozen in the hallway listening to her tell this person not to worry, that she'd handle me, that the property would be available for sale next month. She was talking to a buyer. She'd already found a buyer and was planning the sale like the land was hers to sell. I walked into the kitchen and just stood there. She turned around and saw me, and her face went white. I asked her what she thought she was doing. She tried to backtrack at first, said I misunderstood, that she was just exploring options. But I'd heard enough. I told her she had no right, that she was planning to sell my property without my consent. That's when everything exploded. All the real issues came pouring out. She admitted she never respected Dad's decision to leave the land to me, called the will unfair, and said she was just correcting his mistake. Then the truth came out. She'd been resentful for years that I was Dad's favorite. She actually said that. Said he always chose me over my brothers, always gave me more attention, and this will was just the final insult. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This whole time I thought it was about helping my brothers or family unity or whatever else she'd been saying. But really, this was about her bitterness, her anger at my dad for a choice he made, her jealousy over a relationship she never tried to understand. She kept going, getting more vicious, told me I'd manipulated Dad, that I'd kept him from helping my brothers when they needed it, said I was selfish my whole life and this was just more of the same. Every word felt like a slap. I didn't even argue back. What was the point? I just turned around and left, got in my truck and drove back to the farmland. I sat there until it got dark, looking at the fields my dad and I had worked together, trying to process what had just happened. My family wasn't what I thought it was. Maybe it never had been. My mother had been harboring this resentment for who knows how long, and my brothers were so wrapped up in their own lives that they couldn't see past dollar signs. I'd been holding on to this idea of family unity that apparently only existed in my head. I drove home that night knowing everything had changed. There was no going back from this. The next morning, I made a decision. I changed all the locks on the farm property and informed my lawyer about my mother's attempted unauthorized sale. He sent a formal cease and desist letter on my behalf. I cut off communication with my mother and brothers completely. I needed space to think without the constant pressure and guilt trips. A few days later, the buyer my mother had contacted somehow got my number. He called, trying to negotiate directly, talking about fair market value and quick closing. I shut it down immediately, told him the land was not for sale and would never be for sale. He seemed confused, said my mother had assured him it was a done deal. I hung up. Word spread fast in our small town about the family rift. Relatives started taking sides. Some tried to mediate, but you could tell they had their own opinions about who was right. Most of the older generation seemed to think I should respect my mother's wishes. The younger cousins were more mixed. Then my aunt reached out, my dad's sister. She told me she'd known about the will beforehand and had fully supported Dad's decision. She gave me context I hadn't known. Apparently, Dad had specifically structured things this way because he knew my mother would try to sell the land. He'd told my aunt years ago that he wanted it to stay in the family, to be worked and cared for, not turned into cash. He knew I was the only one who would honor that. It helped to hear that. Validated something I'd felt but couldn't prove. But it also hurt, because it meant my dad had predicted this exact conflict. He'd known what my mother would do, and had tried to prevent it. And here we were anyway, fighting over his corpse, basically. I spent a lot of time alone on the land after that, working it, maintaining it, just being there. I started to understand that keeping the farm wasn't about being stubborn or spiteful. It was about honoring the one person who'd really understood me. The land was my connection to my father, to the life we'd built together, to the person I'd become because of him. Losing my family's approval hurt, but losing this would hurt more. I decided to make one final attempt at communication. I sent a message to the family group chat explaining my position calmly. I laid out that the land was legally and morally mine, that Dad's wishes had been clear and intentional. I said I wouldn't engage in any more arguments about it, but that the door was open if they wanted a relationship without strings attached. I made it clear the land issue was closed, but our family relationships didn't have to be. My mother went completely silent after that. No response, no lawyer letters, nothing. I don't know if she's dropped the court threat or if she's just planning her next move. Mark eventually sent a half-hearted apology text, but still made it clear he thought I should sell. Daniel blocked me on everything, social media, phone, all of it. There's a strange peace in the uncertainty now. I've started making actual plans for the farm's future. Maybe expanding into different crops. Maybe just maintaining what Dad built. Either way, it's mine to decide. I saw my mother at the market in town last week. She looked right through me like I didn't exist. I heard through the grapevine that my brothers are planning some family gathering for the holidays, and I wasn't invited. The land is mine, completely and legally, but I've lost almost everyone else in the process. I stand by my decision, though. My father left me this land for a reason. He knew what it meant to me, and he knew I'd protect it. If my family can't understand that, if they'd rather have money than a relationship with me, then maybe we were never as close as I thought. So that's where things stand. I have the farm. I have my father's legacy. But family dinners are a thing of the past, and I don't know if that'll ever change. Some days I feel confident I made the right choice. Other days I wonder if I should have just given in to keep the peace. But then I walk out to the fields and I remember why this matters. Update: my lawyer just called. Apparently my mother filed paperwork claiming elder abuse and financial exploitation. This isn't over. Would I be the bad guy for selling the family home after my siblings left me to care for our dying mother alone? I, 42-year-old, am sitting in the kitchen of my childhood home, staring at legal documents I never wanted to see. My two brothers, Mark, 45, who lives in Seattle, and David, 38, who's in Boston, are on a video call that I've muted because I can't stand to hear them talk anymore. It's been exactly 1 month since we buried our mother, and we're meeting with the estate lawyer to settle her will. I need to explain how this all started because none of this makes sense without context. 5 years ago, Mom was diagnosed with progressive heart failure. The doctors gave her maybe 10 years if she was lucky, less if she didn't have proper care and support. We had a family meeting, me, Mark, and David, sitting around this same kitchen table. Mom was upstairs resting. We all knew someone needed to step up. I was the one who volunteered. I had a decent marketing job in Chicago, a boyfriend I'd been seeing for 2 years, a whole life. But I'm also the middle child, and maybe that means something. Maybe it means you're used to being the one who compromises. Mark promised he'd send money every month to help with expenses. David said he'd visit every quarter, stay for a week, give me breaks. I believed them because they're my brothers, and that's what you do. You believe family. The reality was different. Mark sent money maybe 8 or 10 times over 5 years. David visited twice. Twice. The first time was for 3 days, not a week. The second time was for Mom's birthday, and he spent most of it on work calls in the guest room. Meanwhile, I left everything. Ended things with my boyfriend, quit my job, moved back to our small town where everyone knows everyone and nothing ever changes. I became Mom's full-time caregiver. Every doctor's appointment, every medication schedule, every middle-of-the-night emergency when she couldn't breathe properly. Now, back to the lawyer's office. Well, the video call with the lawyer. He read the will last week. The house, this house where I've lived for 5 years, where I bathed my mother and held her hand when she died, is split 3 ways. Equal shares. Mark, David, and me. When the lawyer said it, I felt something crack inside my chest. Mom had told me, more than once in those final years, that the house would be mine. She'd said it quietly, usually late at night when it was just us. I thought it was settled. 3 days after the funeral, Mark called. David was on the line too. They'd planned it, I could tell. Mark didn't even say hello. He just started with, "We found a buyer already. They're offering $340,000. We should take it." I remember exactly where I was standing. By the kitchen sink, washing dishes that Mom and I had used together just weeks before. "This is my home," I said. "I'm not selling." David jumped in then. You can't just keep it. We all own it. It's not fair that you got to live there rent-free for 5 years while you what? I couldn't help it. While you lived your lives? While you forgot to call her back? While you missed every single holiday except Christmas? Mark's voice went cold. You manipulated Mom when she was vulnerable. You positioned yourself to take everything. The call ended with Mark saying they'd pursue all legal options. David didn't say goodbye, just disconnected. I stood there for probably 20 minutes, phone in my hand, trying to process what had just happened. These are the same brothers I grew up with, the same ones who taught me to ride a bike and snuck me extra cookies when Mom wasn't looking. Now they were accusing me of what exactly? Being there? Caring? I spent the next few days in a fog, barely eating, not sleeping. The house felt different suddenly. Every room had memories, but they were all tainted now by this poison my brothers had injected into everything. Then, a week after that call, I was going through Mom's papers, trying to organize everything for the estate. I found a folder in her desk drawer, tucked behind some old tax returns. It was labeled Medical Expenses, Private, in her shaky handwriting from near the end. I opened it. Inside were bank statements, receipts, payment confirmations, credit card statements, all of them in my name, all of them showing payments I'd made for Mom's care over the last 5 years. I sat down on her bedroom floor and started adding numbers. The total came to $78,000. $78,000 I'd paid for her medical bills, her medications, her equipment. The same bills that Mark and David had told me repeatedly they were handling from their end. I'd spent 5 years apologizing to them for being a burden, for asking for help, and the whole time I was the one paying for everything. I took pictures of everything, every receipt, every bank statement, every credit card charge. Then I created a group text with Mark and David and just started sending them, one after another, photo after photo of proof that I'd paid for nearly everything. Mark responded first. That was your choice. You lived there free. I stared at that message for a solid minute. Then I sent more pictures. Property tax receipts, $4,200 every year for 5 years. That's $21,000. Receipts for a new roof, for the furnace that died in year 3, for the plumbing issues. Another $15,000 in home repairs. Utility bills in my name, averaging $200 a month for 60 months. David's response came an hour later. You're making this about money when it's about family. I didn't respond. What do you even say to that level of delusion? 2 days later, I sent them a formal proposal through email. I'd buy them out. The house was appraised at $315,000, which meant each of us had a third worth $105,000. I offered to pay them $210,000 total for their shares. I'd already talked to the bank. I could make it work if I took out a mortgage and used what little savings I had left. Mark's counteroffer came back within 3 hours. They wanted $140,000 each. That's $280,000 total, nearly $70,000 more than their shares were worth. His explanation was in the email. This compensates us for our lost time with Mom and accounts for the fact that you received 5 years of free living. I read that line probably 20 times. Lost time with Mom. As if I'd somehow prevented them from visiting. As if I'd blocked their numbers when she asked about them every single day. The mediator session happened a week later. Some family counselor Mark found who does estate disputes over Zoom. I agreed to it because my own lawyer said it might help, that courts like to see you've tried mediation first. It lasted 37 minutes before I walked out. Mark started by questioning my motives for moving home in the first place. Said maybe I'd planned this all along, saw an opportunity to secure an inheritance. David backed him up. said it was suspicious that I'd given up my whole life so easily. Then David pulled out what he called evidence. A birthday card Mom had given me during year 4. She'd written, "This house will always be yours," inside it. David claimed this proved I'd manipulated her, that I'd somehow convinced her to write it. The mediator, this woman who'd never met any of us, suggested the cleanest solution would be to sell the house and split the proceeds equally. She said it like it was simple, like this was just a property dispute and not the place where I'd held my mother's hand while she took her last breath. I closed my laptop and haven't spoken to either of them since. But I couldn't stop going through Mom's things. Maybe I was looking for something, I don't know. Some proof that I wasn't crazy, that this wasn't all in my head. I found it in her bedroom, in the nightstand drawer. A journal from her last year. The entries were short. Her hands shook too much near the end to write a lot. But there was one from 8 months before she died. I wanted to leave the house to her alone, but the boys would never forgive her. At least this way, she has a claim to stay. Another entry from 6 months before. Mark called asking for money again. I told him I'm giving it all to medical bills. He got angry and hung up. I sat on her bed reading these entries, and something in me just broke. She'd known. She'd known exactly who they were, and she'd tried to protect me anyway. And I'd failed her by not being strong enough to fight them off. The lawyer's letter from my brothers came 2 days after the failed mediation. A formal demand. Agree to sell within 30 days or they'd file a partition lawsuit. Their lawyer had included a helpful explanation. A partition suit forces the sale of jointly owned property. The court makes you sell, takes legal fees out of the proceeds first, and everyone walks away with less money and more bitterness. I called a mutual friend, someone who knew all of us growing up. She let it slip that Mark's business was failing, and David was going through an expensive divorce. Suddenly everything made sense. They didn't want the house. They needed cash, and they needed it fast. I was just in the way. I spent 3 days barely sleeping, running numbers in my head, trying to figure out if there was any way to keep fighting. My lawyer was honest with me. I'd probably win eventually, but it would cost $20,000 to $30,000 in legal fees and take years to resolve. Years of this poison, years of fighting with my brothers, years of having this house I loved turned into a battlefield. Mom's best friend came by during those 3 days. She took one look at me and made tea, the way Mom used to. She didn't say much, just sat with me for a while. Before she left, she squeezed my hand and said, "Mom would hate seeing us like this." I knew she was right, but I also knew Mom would hate what they were doing to me. I made my final offer through my lawyer. I'd agree to sell, but with conditions. I got 60 days to find a new place and move out on my own terms. The $78,000 in medical expenses I'd paid would come off my third before we split the rest. And I kept all of Mom's personal items without argument. They agreed to the timeline and the personal items immediately. The medical expenses? Mark's response was simple. That's between her and Mom, not us. The house sold in 3 weeks for $338,000. After the realtor's commission and closing costs, we had $310,000 to split. 3 ways. $103,333 each. I did the math in my head while signing the papers. I'd spent over $100,000 keeping Mom alive and keeping the house standing. My brothers were walking away with pure profit. I was essentially breaking even, and that's if I didn't count the 5 years of my life I'd given up. Moving day, I packed everything alone. Mark said he had a work thing. David said his kids had sports. Neither offered to help, not even for a day. I packed up 20 years of memories, Mom's apron still hanging on the kitchen hook, her gardening gloves in the garage, her reading glasses on the table by her chair. The neighbor who used to help bring Mom's groceries when I couldn't leave her alone stopped by while I was loading boxes. He didn't say much, just shook his head and muttered that those boys should be ashamed of themselves. I think that's when I finally cried. Not because of what my brothers had done, but because this stranger had shown more care than my own family. The day before closing, David texted me, "Don't forget Mom's china set was promised to my wife." There was no such promise. I'd been there for every conversation Mom had in those final years. The china set was specifically left to me in the will. I'd seen it in writing. I sent him a screenshot of that exact section of the will. His response: "You're really going to be petty about dishes?" Mark jumped in the group text. "Just give him the china. You got to live there 5 years." I didn't respond. I packed the china myself and moved it to my new apartment. That was 3 months ago. I'm in a small one-bedroom across town now. The brothers took their money and basically disappeared. Minimal texts, mostly about estate paperwork that still needed signatures. Then, 2 weeks ago, Mark texted, "Are we doing Christmas at your place?" Like nothing had happened. Like the past 6 months were just some minor disagreement we'd moved past. I was going through the last boxes from the house when I found it. A sealed envelope with my name in Mom's handwriting. The postmark showed she'd prepared it a week before she died, but never mailed it. The letter inside was short. Her hands were too weak by then to write much. "I know your brothers will make this difficult. I'm sorry I wasn't brave enough to do what I knew was right. The house should have been yours alone. You're the only one who showed up. Please don't let their greed make you bitter. You have a good heart. That's worth more than any house." Inside was a smaller envelope, a check for $15,000 from a savings account I didn't know existed. Her note said it was for my fresh start, that the boys didn't know about the account. I have Mom's letter framed on my wall now. The check is still in the envelope. I can't bring myself to cash it yet. Mark's Christmas text is still sitting unanswered on my phone. I've typed out 3 different responses and deleted them all. Part of me wants to tell them about the letter and the money, to prove that Mom knew the truth about everything. Part of me wants to just block their numbers and pretend I never had brothers. I found those bank receipts showing I paid nearly all of Mom's medical bills, something they claimed they'd covered. That discovery made me question if I've been too forgiving all along.